posting where you're watching from. So congratulations. Good for you. Thank you for doing that. If you haven't yet, go to the chat and let us know where you're coming in from. We got people from literally all over the planet. We got a lot to talk about today. Kinetic operations continue across Iran, and Iran continues to fire back. And we're going to talk about what's happening and what the potential outcomes might be of this conflict, because in reality, Iran is threatening to unleash the apocalypse on the Gulf states and that whole region. And they don't need all of their missile capability to do it. So the question is just, what are they aiming at? And of course, how they're doing that, how they're aiming their weapons, because they have gotten quite a bit more accurate in recent days. And there's something to be said for that. Russia, sorry. So before we get into talking about that, though, I want to talk to you about your retirement. I know that most people who watch this show are in or near retirement, and that's because you're smart. You have cut the cord, you got rid of CNN, good for you, and you are supporting independent journalists like me who will actually go to where the things are happening and bring you the truth of what's going on the ground. That is my mission, and you all help me do that. Part of the way you help me do that is by doing business with our sponsors. So Preserve Gold is the place to go if you are looking to safeguard some of your savings, because what a lot of people do is they get their retirement plan, it's in a stock mutual fund, it does fine while they're working, and then when they get ready to retire, they don't think much about it and they just leave it in the mutual fund. Well, that's exposing you to probably more risk than you want if you're actually starting to draw on that retirement. And so you might want at least a portion of your savings in gold or silver. And it's a good time to buy right now. If you go to preservegold.com or just text the word Chuck to 50505, they will send you a free wealth protection guide and help you figure out what to do, how to get started and all that. They're great people to work with. And we've had a lot of happy customers since I've taken them on as a sponsor. So thank you very much to Preserve Gold for sponsoring today's podcast. Now, I want to go all the way back to 1987 because there's a video going around the internet today of a speech that President Trump gave. I don't have it's not the best quality because they didn't have good quality cameras back then. My iPhone today does better than a $100,000 camera did in 1987. So, but even though the video is not good, you can clearly hear what he's saying. And he sounds like he's making plans to do exactly what he's doing in Iran right now. Take a listen.
Presidency, I'm here because I'm personally tired of seeing this great country of ours being ripped off.
But as far as Trump is concerned, our allies are only part of the problem. The real culprit is Iran.
Why couldn't we go in and take over some of their oil, which is along the sea?
How would you do that? Would you send in the Marines? Would you take a chance in a war?
Let them have Iran. You take their oil. That's what
How?
How?
I mean, do we want a war? What do you mean we
in,
take their oil?
You go in. You're
how
gonna have
do
a
we
war,
go
Barbara.
in?
You're going to have a war by being weak.
Okay, how do we go in? What do we do?
Excuse me.
Yeah?
You're going to have a war, and it's going to start in the Middle East.
What if the Soviet Union said, you do this to Iran, we're going to come in?
I don't believe they'd do it. The next time Iran attacks this country, go in and grab one of their big oil installations, and I mean grab it and keep it, and get back your losses, because this country has lost plenty because of Iran.
So that is President Trump talking about, hello, what happened to my camera? That's President Trump talking in 1987 to Baba Wawa about exactly what he's doing right now. And I think that sort of people are pointing out, it really puts the lie to the fact that people are saying President Trump was dragged into this war by Bibi Netanyahu against his will. President Trump has had this same position for more than 30 years, 40 years. Oh my gosh. I graduated high school in 1987. So that's, wow, long time ago. So that brings us to today. President Trump is saying the same kinds of things. We ought to just take their oil and keep it. That would be interesting to see. And I wouldn't necessarily be against it, to tell you the truth. But let's listen to President Trump on Air Force One yesterday, talking about just kind of an update on the war and what he's thinking about here. And this specifically on negotiations.
Time ago. We'll see how it works out, but they're very good. Moving along very nicely. They've destroyed a lot of additional targets today. The Navy's gone, the Air Force is gone, we know that. But we destroyed many, many targets today. It was a big day. And we are negotiating with them directly and indirectly. We have emissaries, but we also are dealing directly. And as you know, they've agreed to send 8 boats 2 days ago, and then they added another 2, so it was 10 boats. And now today they gave us as a tribute, I don't know, I can't define it exactly, but they gave us, I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait. And that's taking place starting tomorrow morning. Over the next couple of days, a lot of boats.
So he's saying that the Iranians now, he's talking about the IRGC, who's essentially in control of Iran still, has agreed. They first agreed to 8 boats, and then they threw another 2 in just to be friendly. And now, as a sign of respect, they are letting 20 boats pass. Well, I don't know. Something about that smelled a little off to me. So I went and did some research on it. So here's what happened. Pakistan got a hold of Iran and said, you are not going to stop our ships coming through the Strait of Hormuz, because if you do, our military will be coming in to this fight against you and will help to destroy you. And so Iran said, well, you know, you're not aligned with the United States all that much. So, okay, we'll go ahead and let your ships come through. But they are coming through under the protection of Pakistani Navy. I can't quite see how that's a gesture of respect for President Trump, especially considering all the things that the Iranians are still saying about President Trump. I'm talking about the ones in control, the IRGC that's left. They're certainly not saying complimentary things about President Trump. They're not being respectful in their tone in any way, shape, or form. And of course, they continue to fire drones and missiles at U.S. bases and critical infrastructure across the Gulf and at important sites inside Israel. So those two things don't quite mesh. And President Trump, look, this is great that they are getting some oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Scott Bessent is what was sent out. I think I have a video of him here. Where did I put that? Oh, right here. Scott Bessent was sent out on the Sunday news talk shows to try to reassure the public that no, some oil is going through and things are going okay and it's not that bad.
Well supplied, and we are seeing more and more ships go through on a daily basis as individual countries cut deals with the Iranian regime for the time being. But over time, the U.S. is going to retake control of the straits, and there will be freedom of navigation, whether it is through U.S. escorts or a multinational escort.
Now, listen, President Trump has made some very good choices in terms of his cabinet. Scott Bessent was not one of those good choices. I just, the guy is just a massive propagandist. And that's all there is to it. Just a huge propagandist. So, I mean, that's what is coming out of the Trump administration is that, no, there's ships going through the Gulf. That's fine. And look, I get it. I understand what President Trump's trying to do. And if I was in his place, I'd be doing the same thing. You want to try to calm the markets, try to keep oil from spiking, because the risk premium is, they call it a risk premium because it's a very kind of risky time in the Strait of Hormuz, of course. And so the price of oil is going up, not so much because there's not enough supply, but because the idea or the thought is that the supply will continue to be curtailed for some foreseeable time in the future, unforeseeable time in the future. And so people are saying, you know, if President Trump was out there going, we're going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, or there are no ships going through the Strait of Hormuz right now, well, that would increase the risk premium, which would make prices of oil go up. And so we're trying to avoid that. We're doing everything we can to try to calm the markets. And that's okay. Even though Scott Bessent is a propagandist, his propaganda is having the desired effect. And I get it. Okay. So, you know, maybe I'm a little critical of him, but I understand the messaging. Now, what's really happening in the Strait of Hormuz? See, there are people that live in the area that are taking boats out in the Strait of Hormuz and showing what's going on out there. And what's going on is that very, 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 very few ships are coming through. The 20 ships that President Trump was talking about are not all going through at once. They're going through 2 ships a day for 10 days. That's 20 ships. And they're all going to Pakistan. Okay, they're not going anywhere else. They're only going to Pakistan. But that is getting some oil to market. That's going to help to reduce prices perhaps a little, until you do some calculations as to the amount of oil we're talking about here, because these tankers that are taking oil to Pakistan are not that huge. They're not the VLCC ships, very large crude carriers. They carry maybe 700,000 barrels each. So you're talking about a grand total over 20 days of about 20 million barrels of oil, more or less, maybe a little more. And that's essentially what one day's worth of oil that used to pass through the Strait of Hormuz before the war started. So over 20 days, we're going to get an extra 1 day of oil. That's not that big. It's not going to make price of oil drop precipitously, but it's something. And right now, something is all we've got. So we'll take it. Now, between the United States and the Israelis, they've now conducted, I think, something like 17,000 strikes inside Iran. We're to the point now where we've got B-52 bombers going over Iran on a regular basis. B-52 bombers don't go over there to drop, one bomb or something like that. They can drop tons and tons and tons of bombs on each pass, on each sortie. And so we are absolutely 17,000 strikes across Iran is starting to have a pretty serious effect. Now, the Israelis have been kind of taking the lead on striking things that are related to killing people. Okay. So I have this, where'd it go? There we go. I have this video of a U.S. strike. Oh, wait, I got to take Besson off of there before I can put another one in. I hate this about StreamYard. You can only do 10 videos. I got a lot of cool videos to show you, and they won't let me put more than 10 at a time on there, so I got to clean house. Okay, so this is a underground missile facility, and you can see them rolling a missile out. I'm going to turn the audio off on that because it's just music. And then you can see the aftermath just an hour or two later as the United States collapsed the, so I'm going to back this up here and just freeze it right there. Look at the size of that missile. That is what these ballistic missiles look like. That's not an 18-wheeler truck bringing it out. It's more like an 80-wheeler. I mean, look at all the wheels on that truck. But the smoke plume on the right there is that site getting collapsed after this missile was brought out and fired. So we are continuing to find them, fix them, and finish them. And I even saw some footage that the Israelis put up the other day of like a bulldozer that was trying to clear out one of these entrances that had been collapsed. And then the bulldozer got whacked with a missile or a rocket from a Hellfire missile, something like that, that took out the bulldozer. So we're continuing to hit them. But many of these underground missile cities, and again, there are like 17 of these missile cities all around Iran, they have many entrances, and we can collapse all the entrances, and they just come in and push the dirt out of the way and roll out the missiles, continue to fire. So we're having to hit them multiple times over and over and over again, and we are, and that is having an effect. Okay, so if we remove that one from the studio and we go over to the next video I have to show you, this is from the IDF showing another series of strikes that they made last night on a university. And you might go, what? They're hitting a university? Yes, they are. And here's why. This is the main compound of the IRGC within a university. There's a physics center, a wind tunnel, a chemistry center, and all of these things are used to assist the IRGC in creating more weapons that they can use against their neighbors. So they call it a university, but really it's a hidden IRGC base. And with that in mind, they are destroying these things. Now, the Iranians have said that they're going to destroy universities in the area as well in retaliation. And so this is crazy. There are American or American affiliated universities in most of the Gulf states, if not all. Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, Kuwait, Lebanon. There's American universities all over the place. There's an American university in Armenia, which, as you know, borders Iran. And I just got word from my daughter-in-law today that they have canceled classes at the university in Armenia, the American university there, out of an abundance of caution, saying that they don't have any specific intel that says that Iran is about to strike Armenia. But just to be careful, they are canceling classes, and classes are going to be done online for the foreseeable future, for the time being. Iran, as I said, has been threatening essentially apocalyptic strikes across the Gulf states. And we've talked about that a bunch on this podcast, that there are those very vulnerable desalination plants in all the Gulf states that they rely on for their drinking water. And if those things get struck, you got like 100 million people that don't have drinking water, and that's really, really bad in the Middle East. So there have been thousands of drone and missile strikes out of Iran against their neighbors, and many of them have targeted civilian infrastructure. So we've seen them hit hotels, we've seen them hit office buildings, we've seen them hit residential towers, we've seen them hit schools and hospitals and international airports, oil and gas facilities, and natural gas pipelines, things like that. And again, threatening these desalination plants is kind of their next move. President Trump has said that if the Iranians don't come to the negotiating table in good faith in the next, between now and April 6th, that we're going to destroy all of Iran's electric generation capacity. Now, there was a strike yesterday. I think it was the IDF, not the Americans, that did it, that actually took out power for millions of people in Iran for several hours. And I don't know if they were targeting the power grid itself or if they were targeting something in the power grid, just because they have a very, very fragile power grid in Iran. So you might not even have to try to take out the power grid to actually do so. And like I said, power went out. Tehran went dark for some number of hours last night. And so the Iranians are saying, well, we're going to target power grids all around the Gulf. Now, I want to talk a little more about that concept, because President Trump threatening to take out the power grids has caused a lot of people who are critics of President Trump to liken, if we do this, and say that would be a war crime. because it's a war crime to specifically target the civilian population and try to, affect suffering on the civilian population. And they point to the fact that Russia spent the entire winter trying to blow up the Ukrainian power grid and freeze people to death who rely on the power grid for their heat. And so they're saying, we'll be just like them if we strike Iran's power grid. Well, not exactly. And I want to break this down from a moral standpoint, because I told you all the time that I will always look at it from the moral standpoint first, and then look at it from an economic or a national security or a geopolitical or a political standpoint. But from a purely moral standpoint, the U.S. making targeted strikes against parts of the energy grid in Iran is far different from what Russia was doing to Ukraine. Russia's goal, their stated goal, was to knock out the power grid completely in the middle of winter and cause people to freeze to death. That was their goal. It was very obvious that they were doing that. They were hitting every power station in the entire country. The difference is that in Iran, the IRGC is not limited to just like military bases or command centers or these underground missile cities. The IRGC controls everything, and they make money off of the power grid that they then use to support their operations because they own it. For all intents and purposes, the IRGC owns the power grid across much of Iran. And they are obviously using the electricity for nefarious purposes, to bomb innocent people across the Middle East. And so targeted strikes against the power grid to degrade the IRGC's ability to make money off of that or to use it for nefarious purposes is not the same morally as what Russia's doing in Ukraine. It just isn't. And some people might disagree with that. You're welcome to disagree if you like. But I personally don't see it as exactly the same. And, there were tens of thousands of Iranians who were in Washington, D.C. yesterday protesting, or not protesting. They were protesting in support of the war on their own country. This is something that you pretty much never see, except maybe the Venezuela issue, where we saw that as well, is that, the tons and tons of Iranians coming out and waving flags and literally chanting, thank you, President Trump, and over and over again, marching down the streets. What was kind of funny about that was there were counter protesters, anti-war protesters who were out there, mostly these, liberal white women, Karens, right, out there going, no war, no war. And the Iranians were coming up to them and going, we're from Iran and we want this war to happen. What's wrong with you? Why are you standing up for a terrorist regime? And they're like, and they couldn't really answer that. So it was humorous, to say the least, to do that. But the IDF struck over 140 targets in the last 24 hours inside Iran. They destroyed a ballistic missile component factory in Tehran. They eliminated a drone engine and air defense R&D facility also. And so they are very quickly degrading Iran's ability to ever rebuild and threaten the world again. So whatever missiles they've got left, whatever drones they've got left, and maybe they're thousands, I don't know, but whatever they've got left is pretty much all they're going to have for pretty much the rest of our lives. I mean, they are destroying these facilities that took years and years and billions of dollars to build. Money that could have been much better spent upgrading their electrical grid or their water system, but was not used to help the people of Iran. It was just used to threaten Iran's neighbors. And it's going to be a long time before that stuff gets rebuilt. Now, with that said, Russia is very much assisting Iran in this war at this point, especially with targeting data that's targeting American troops. I want you to listen to this Luke Coffey from I think the Heritage Foundation talking about this very issue.
Hopelessly naive to believe that Russia is not assisting Iran against our airstrikes against the Islamic Republic. I mean, it would go against everything that Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation has done since about 1999, where they've taken every step, every opportunity, every measure to undermine U.S. national interests. Whether this is in Europe, this is in the Arctic, this is in Afghanistan, this is in the Middle East, sub-Saharan Africa, or at home here with the hybrid warfare and the election meddling, Russia has demonstrated time and time again that it will take an opportunity to undermine our interests. So Iran is no different. So I have no doubt in my mind that this is what this is what Russia's doing to assist Iran. And I think one of the problems that we have at understanding this and assessing this and then responding to this is that unlike Russia, we being the United States and the West, we tend to view these different challenges and regions separately. We focus on what's happening in Ukraine. We look at the Arctic. We look at, sub-Saharan Africa. Whereas Russia views all of these issues as being interconnected. When Russia goes to the Iran poker table, it brings its chips from the Ukraine table, from the Arctic table, from the election interference, hybrid warfare table. Whereas we just for in Iran, we bring the Middle East poker chips, that's it. And we have to start thinking differently on how all these issues are connected. And I don't believe that we have done so properly.
Okay, so very good points being made there by Luke Coffey. And, he's saying that Russia is, without a doubt, assisting Iran, especially in their targeting. Now, some people are saying, well, if we blow up their missiles and then we blow up their ability to make more missiles, won't they just get more missiles from Russia or China? That is possible. Russia and China have, for the most part, been sending parts to Iran so that Iran could use those parts in constructing missiles and drones. So they aren't sending a lot of actual missiles. There are some, but not a ton of their actual weapons. I don't know if Russia and China would want to continue doing that if the government of Iran was absolutely decimated and they didn't have any money to pay for any of this stuff, because Russia's budget is hurting pretty badly as it is. So I don't know. It's a good point that Luke makes about that Russia comes to this with a more holistic approach. Like they are at war with the West, and we keep trying to split it up and say, no, we're at war with Iran, but we're not at war with Russia. President Trump has been so soft on Russia. And look, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, and there have been conspiracy theories on the left, so I'm especially sort of wary of those conspiracies, and those were, like Russiagate, that President Trump was a Russian asset or something like that. I don't think that's the case. But you kind of have to start. You look at the way President Trump is soft on Russia. You have to wonder if they've got something on him, because he spent a lot of time in Russia when he was a businessman. They've got something on him that they would threaten to release that would be very damaging to President Trump if he is too forceful in his being counter to Russian interests. So look, that is pure speculation. There's no proof of that except for the fact that it doesn't make sense that President Trump is so soft on Russia, even when we know that they're targeting American troops. I mean, you go back to 2019, 2020, and the U.S. intel agencies came out with a report that the Russians were paying Afghan fighters for each American soldier that they killed. That the GRU was involved in a scheme to reward Afghan fighters who killed American soldiers in Afghanistan. And then go on to the hybrid warfare that we know that they are conducting against us in the cyber realm, in the financial realm, and in the kinetic realm as well, with their drones and missiles and things like that that are headed toward NATO, doing everything they can to drive a wedge between the United States and NATO. You just look. I mean, there's no question that Russia sees itself as being at war with the United States, and we just don't reciprocate. We just act like, no, they're not really at war with us. But I mean, look at what just happened in Cuba, for example. This Russian oil tanker has been heading for Cuba, intent on running the blockade that the United States has established around Cuba to keep oil from getting in, to put pressure on the communist regime there to step down. And we're actually in negotiations, according to the president of Cuba, with them to come to an agreement. And President Trump's been saying over the last few days that Cuba is next, whatever that means. Cuba's next. Well, the people there, the blockade is actually being effective. It is making it very difficult for the government to govern, and the people are getting very fed up with it, and so they're out rioting in the streets and things like that. So the worst thing that we could do right now, when we're so close to actually making a change in Cuba, would be to let a tanker full of oil into Cuba from Russia. But and we've been saying for the last week we weren't going to allow that tanker in. Well, now the tanker made it to the area, and we changed our minds. President Trump said, no, I don't see a big deal. Yeah, if they want to bring oil into Cuba, that's fine with us. We're going to let them through. And so Russia just brought 700,000 barrels of oil to Cuba to alleviate the pressure that our blockade was putting on them. So what's the point of our blockade if we're going to be doing that? I don't understand that at all. I don't understand it at all. Now, the Israelis are, when it comes to targeting, the Russians are definitely helping Iran target Israel and American bases, because their attacks have gone from being pretty random, just hoping to get something to strike somewhere in Israeli territory, to actually striking things that matter in Israeli territory. So yesterday we saw a strike on a chemical plant in southern Israel, out in the Negev desert, and you can see what. Sorry about that, folks. That was really loud. This is what it looked like. Now, I'm going to leave that on the screen for just a second, because you see here, whatever that missile was that struck did some serious damage, and there's a big fire going on. I did some research on this industrial facility down there. It's about 12 kilometers south of Beersheba, out in the Negev desert. They moved it out there specifically for this reason, because they put all of their most dangerous chemical plants and factories away from the people centers in Israel, way out in the middle of nowhere in the desert, specifically in case something like this were to happen. This is a very, very large facility. It's more than 2,200 hectares. A hectare is about, 3 acres or something. So you're talking about almost 7,000 acres of land. And it's got, I think, 49 different factories on it. So it's not one chemical plant necessarily. It's a whole bunch of different things. Some of them make pharmaceuticals. Some of them make pesticides. Some of them are dealing with bromine, which is a extract that they get from the Dead Sea that gets sold all over the world. Israel is one of the largest producers in the world of that stuff. So the strike that you see there is on one place, one small part of that 7,000 acre facility. And so it didn't destroy the entire facility. It made a mess of. They believe that was a pesticide processing plant that got struck there. And so there was some concern right away of, contamination that would be dangerous to human beings, blowing around or something. But they've contained it. They contained the fire, and there's no more danger to the public. And the thing is, the rest of the facility is back open. So how were they able to strike that? Well, probably got targeting details from Russia to do so. Now, there was another strike yesterday in Haifa that struck an oil terminal. Again, quite a bit more accurate this time than many of these bombs have been. And you can see here what that looks like. Now, what you see there, I'm just pause that. I'm pausing it. Is you see a fire that did not actually cause any damage. I mean, that tank that it hit is likely full of some sort of petroleum product, and it didn't burn the whole tank. It didn't blow it up. Whatever cement that they had around that was sufficient to contain it. So I'm guessing that this was a bomblet from a cluster munition that struck there, which could mean that they weren't actually targeting that specific tank, because as I mentioned the other day, those bomblets from the cluster munitions can spread over an 8-kilometer wide area. And there was an international body who came out with a report yesterday that said they've determined that Iran has been committing war crimes because of their use of these cluster bombs to strike at Israel, because they do disperse themselves over a wide area. So they can't be aimed with any precision, and they very often hit civilian areas. Iran, this is unbelievable. Iran came out with a statement and said, what cluster munitions? We haven't used any cluster munitions. We don't know what you're talking about. There's no cluster munitions here. We've got videos of these things. We've got videos of the ones that have been shot down. Good. You can see what they are. They're cluster munitions. And it's like,
I knew I could count
unbelievable to me that they just come out and say whatever they want and expect anybody to believe that.
I've never been much of one for violence. I promised you more planetology training. Yes.
What happens if
me at my camp in
the United States, if we get to the 6th of April, and it turns out that Iran does not want to negotiate or hasn't negotiated in good faith, and President Trump they call his bluff? Maybe it's not a bluff. We're going to find out. But the 6th of April comes, and we either destroy their capacity, their power grid in Iran, or we don't. If we don't, then President Trump looks like Taco Trump. Trump always chickens out. If we do, would that advance our agenda? So that I talked about the moral issue there for a minute. That morally there is a moral justification to striking at least parts of the power grid in Iran, because they are military targets. However, would it actually serve our interest to do so? Because here's the problem that you would run into. For the same reason that Iran striking civilian infrastructure targets across the Gulf could create a massive humanitarian crisis with 100 million people with nothing to drink. A strike on Iran's power grid, no matter how much of a tactical success that might be, strategically might end up giving us something even worse. And that even worse thing, we want the regime to fall, but if the regime falls and Iran descends into anarchy and chaos, where it's literally, a third world country at that point, or a failed state. If Iran becomes a failed state, all you have to do is look just next door at Syria to see what it could look like. When Syria became a failed state under Bashar al-Assad, it caused one of the largest mass migrations since World War II. Almost 7 million people left the country, and another 7 million were displaced inside Syria. So that ended up being about 50% of the entire population, which is 22, 23 million people in Syria. So if 25% of the population in Iran were to flee for the borders because there's no electricity and no running water, and they can't survive, so they've got to get out, I think you might see a much larger percentage, but let's just say that 25% of Iranians decide to leave. Iran has 90 million people. So you're talking about 22, 23 million people fleeing Iran, and where are they going to go? They go into Armenia, a country with 2.5 million people. I mean, it'd be 10 times the number of people who live in Armenia right now. Would they go into Turkey? Well, I promise you, Turkey would. I mean, they're already building a Trump-style wall along their border with Iran to try to keep people from emigrating into Turkey. And if they somehow broke down that wall and they made it into Turkey by their millions, Turkey would likely do what they did when that happened with their neighbor to the south, Syria, and millions of Syrians went into Turkey. What Turkey did was then weaponize those migrants against Europe. And they started sending them in boats across the channel there to the Lesbos island of Greece. And then they become the EU's problem. They become NATO's problem. And that happened with millions of Syrians over the course of the last 15 years. And so just imagine if 22, 23 million people minimum were to flee from Iran and try to go somewhere else. Well, I guarantee you those Gulf states are not going to take them. They're pretty upset with what's happened in with Iran, right? Pakistan's not going to take them. All their Muslim neighbors are just not disposed to taking these people as refugees. They're just not. Even if they made it to someplace like the UAE, they have very, very strict work regulations that would make it impossible for Iranians to work if they went there. So just, thinking down the road here, if the regime were to fall, and rather than install a new regime or somehow, have a new regime elected or something, it just sort of descends into chaos and becomes a failed state, the end state might be worse than what we started with, even with the threat of nuclear weapons and all that. Because the effect of 23 million people, that would be the largest mass migration since World War II by a long shot. That would be a bigger mass migration out of Iran than we saw out of Venezuela, Ukraine, and Syria put together. Okay? I mean, it would be massive, massive. And nobody's prepared for that. Nobody. What concerns me is that, we get another Democratic president in after President Trump, and he throws the borders wide open again, and we take in all those Iranians. Although, I really like the Iranian people that I've met. I've met dozens and dozens of them over the course of this year as I've been reporting from Iraq and Syria and Armenia. And they're by and large, they're very nice people. But this is what we're trying to stop from happening. So all of that to say, there is a very, very strong case to be made for us to stay in this fight and take it to the mat and do everything necessary to bring it to the point where we can actually install a new regime of some sort, somebody to take control. And the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, was talking about this on some of the Sunday talk shows. And so listen to what he had to say, and I think he would agree with me here.
the people who lead them, this clerical regime, that is the problem. And if there are new people now in charge who have a more reasonable vision of the future, that would be good news for us, for them, for the entire world. But we also have to be prepared for the possibility, maybe even the probability, that that is not the case.
Yeah, the Iranians are great people. We're dealing with the third string now. We killed the leaders, and then they killed the guys who took their place, and now we're dealing with the third level of guys. And those guys are, according to President Trump, they're being quite a bit more amenable to talking. Now, we still don't have any proof of the fact that they're talking at all, because the Iranians themselves deny it. But President Trump says it. We'll take him at his word. And so he says, yeah, these people definitely being a little more friendly. I would be too if I just saw the guys that I'm replacing get whacked, and I wanted to, live long enough to see my grandkids grow up. So that we are, if the case that Marco Rubio is making here is that if we have to negotiate with the third string of the IRGC in order to bring about a closure to this thing, even if it's not the maximalist goal of replacing the regime entirely with a friendly regime, but at least somebody who's going to be cowed into compliance, just like Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela. She's not a good person. It has not gotten better for Venezuelans there, but she saw what happened to Maduro. She doesn't want that to happen to her, so she's playing ball with President Trump. So if we can have that same thing happen in Iran, that would probably be a decent off-ramp, not the ideal, but a decent off-ramp. And that's what they're saying in that. Now, at the end, though, he says, we've got to be prepared for the fact that they might not want to talk. They might not come to the table. He went on to talk about the fact that the Iranian parliament just passed a law making it, claiming that the Strait of Hormuz now belongs 100% entirely to Iran, and they're going to make it a tollway, just like the Suez Canal or something like that.
About controlling the Hormuz Strait in perpetuity, creating a tolling system and the like. That's not going to be allowed to happen. And the president has a number of options available to him if he so chooses to prevent that from happening. Obviously, I'm not going to discuss what those options are, and we're not going to discuss military tactics. The Department of War would be in charge of those things. I'd refer you to them, but obviously they're not going to discuss it with you either.
He's totally right about that. That is a non-starter. The Iranians cannot be given control of the Strait of Hormuz. And look, the Gulf states are not going to stand for that either. So there is this potential that still exists of the U.S. putting boots on the ground. President Trump made some statements when he was on Air Force One talking about, we might take Carg Island. We might send the Marines in to get the enriched uranium, which would be a extremely dangerous and complex operation. It's not that we couldn't do it. We could do it, but it was going to take some serious planning, and it probably would be another, I'd say, 10 days to 2 weeks before we might see something moving with respect to troops on the ground. That's just a guess. Could happen sooner, but I believe that for any major ground operation, they're going to have to do some serious planning and training. And I've already been doing that for sure, but look, just having been a part of some of these missions, I know how long they take. I'll just give you an example. During the first Gulf War, if you recall, when the Iraqis had taken over Kuwait and they had the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait City surrounded, so a bunch of Americans inside. My Ranger unit was tasked with a mission to go in and rescue those Americans out of the embassy. And the way it was going to happen was Rangers and Navy SEALs would come in, because the embassy was right on the coast, so there was ocean there. So the Navy SEALs would come in boats, and the Rangers would come in helicopters, and we would establish blocking positions around the embassy. And they were saying that the Iraqis had, 4 or 5 battalions of troops in the area that could come try to fight against us, and we were taking in like 2 platoons. So it would have been a heck of a fight. But we would go in and take up blocking positions around the embassy. Then Delta Force would come in on another helicopter, land in the embassy, get all the people out onto the helicopter and leave. And then we would pull out as well. That was the plan for the mission. A pretty simple mission. By the end, when we did our final live fire mock-up training exercise at Fort Bragg with Colin Powell coming to watch us, it literally took 6 minutes to pull off the entire mission. And so the mission was approved. We were put on airplanes. We were sent toward the Gulf, and we never did the mission because I don't know if word got out or leaked or somehow that we were about to do this, and that would have kicked the war off earlier than it actually ended up kicking off. And the Iraqis decided to let the Americans in the embassy just go. Just let them go. So we didn't have to do the mission. But the amount of training that we did for that one mission took weeks and weeks and weeks of full-time training. And then we started with mock-ups, and then we had a actual plywood mock-up of the entire embassy. And then we went down to Florida, and we did assaults off of an aircraft carrier onto the shore, just like we would have been doing over there. I mean, we'd over and over again, crawl, walk, run. It takes time. So we may still see, I think it's becoming more likely by the day that we will see some ground incursion into Iran for some reason, whether that's taking over Karg Island or whether it's going after that uranium or something else. I think it is becoming more likely, but it'll probably be a week or two before. That's my guess, just based on my own experience, okay? Which is imperfect, admittedly, but just bringing you the best I can. Now, Tehran and Karaj were both blacked out yesterday. The IAEA came out and said that the Kondab heavy water plant was rendered non-operational. It is no longer functioning at all and probably cannot be fixed. It would have to be essentially rebuilt. The Israelis have bombed that place to smithereens. And that is essential if Iran were to ever try to get a nuclear bomb. They need that heavy water plant. And now it is done. So again, they are striking back. The Iranians are threatening a whole lot more. I'm just kind of wrapping up here. And the global energy market is still feeling it. I mean, WTI crude is now over $100 a barrel, 101 or something today. Natural gas has remained pretty stable, and Iran is being very belligerent. They've struck, for example, Kurdistan, they've struck more than 400 times. The UAE, they've struck more than 2,000 times. I wanted to show you this. Let's see if I have a map here. Bring up the map. So let me go over here to the map, and we'll make this a little bigger so you can see it there. Okay. This route that I have out here is it's the Habashan to Fujairah pipeline, more or less. This is the roads that go from Habashan to Fujairah. I didn't have a map of the actual pipeline, but you can see how here's the Strait of Hormuz up here, and this pipeline goes essentially across that strait, and it's just one of several pipelines. So the Saudis have pipelines that go all the way across Saudi Arabia over here to Jeddah. Okay, so that pipeline is now pumping about 7 million barrels a day. This pipeline between Habashan and Fujairah is pumping, I think, 2 or 3 million barrels a day. So they are doing what they can to try to work around the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. But so far they haven't been able to get close enough to actually affect the markets in terms of getting that stuff out. And the Iranians have been striking at this particular pipeline multiple times, trying to take it offline. From what I understand, it is still functioning. but they've had to make emergency repairs more than once already on this for that reason, because Iran is continuing to strike it. So that's that. All right, now we got a whole bunch of questions, and we're 54 minutes. So let's go with the questions. PC says, I encountered a racist on Facebook with Hebrew letters for their name, talking nonsense about Israel and the United States. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Barbie, thank you for the $2. Who's next? Bernice is a new member. Thank you for becoming a new member. Jimmy Dean, stop spreading lies. U.S.-backed coup, 1983. Iran armed mujahideen, invaded Iraq, fueling ISIS. U.S. aided Saddam. He later attacked Iran. War crimes claims persist. Iran provided better terms before attack. You're welcome to your opinion. I'll just leave it at that. Next question. Do you think this could be the war that China and Russia are trying to use to drain the U.S. of military supply and bring them down? I can't help but think that knowing that B and C both helping. Oh, R and C, Russia and China. Yeah. That's a real good question. I don't know that I have a real good answer. I don't think that this was intentional on the part of China and Russia. They did not want to see us invade Iran, but they are trying to take advantage of the fact that we did to improve their own positions when it comes to their conflicts with Taiwan or Ukraine or whatever. Okay, next. Aren't Russia and China already rearming Iran? That's a good question. They are sending some things. We don't know exactly what, but those things are, there are things being shipped from China and Russia into Iran. The IDF has struck some ships that they believed were bringing weapons from Russia. So there's that, and they may do that some more as well. We'll have to wait and see. Next. What happened to the 10 ships of VH oil that Iran gave Trump for a present? That was Pakistani oil. And again, it wasn't a present to President Trump. It was not a show of respect for President Trump. That was the Pakistanis threatening Iran. If you don't want us to get involved in this war against you, you'd better let our ships through. Those were Pakistani ships. And again, it's a minimal amount of oil that's actually making it through with us. Next. So it's okay for the IRGC to hit other countries' power grids, but Trump can't. Well, it's not okay for them to hit other countries' power grids. Look, Patrick, it would be a really bad idea to base your moral compass on what our enemies do. So, the enemy does it, so we can do it too. That's not really the way it works. If we're going to try to maintain the moral high ground, we have to base our moral standards on something a little higher than our enemies base their standards off of. Right? Next. What does it mean when we keep hearing Cuba is next, a bombing campaign or Venezuela-style raid? I have no idea. I don't know what they're going to do to Cuba. They may not need to do anything. It may just collapse of its own weight. But why are we allowing Russian tankers full of oil in there to alleviate their pressure? I mean, that just goes against what we're doing. President Trump's like, no, I don't know about Russia. I'm not worried about Russia. Yeah, well, it just makes me think Russia's got something on him. I don't know what, but holy cow. Next. Keep up the great reporting. Thank you very much, Rex. Appreciate you. Next. That Jimmy Dean commenter is one of the Karens you mentioned. Thanks for your hard work. Okay, next. Thought I heard from Russia. I heard Russia was ditching Iran at AMD. And Russia was ditching Iran and befriending U.S. Recent info heard from some channels. No, that's not happening. Russia is not befriending the U.S. Now, Representative Looney Luna, set up like a delegation of Russian Duma members to come to the United States and tour the U.S. Capitol the other day. Meanwhile, Russia was literally engaged in assisting Iran in targeting U.S. forces, and that resulted in blowing up that AWACS aircraft that it was worth, what, $500 million? We only have 16 of them in our whole arsenal. So that's pretty gross. And Luna should absolutely get primaried for that. And it looks like she will be. Next. You're all propagandists. Neocons funded the same terrorists Americans were sent. The same terrorists. Americans were sent to the Middle East to fight. Good lick, paying off $40 trillion with $2 trillion interest. Okay, Jimmy Dean, you're welcome to your opinion. Next. Russia gives oil out instead of selling it. So when the people don't stop rioting, we swoop in to liberate them with a fresh batch of free Russian oil. I don't know if they're giving it to them or selling it to them. I kind of doubt that they're giving it to Cuba, but maybe they are, just to spite America.
A large sandstorm is
Do you think Trump is upset about Ukraine, Biden, and the quid pro quo impeachment scandal? Yeah, absolutely. No question. President Trump is upset at Ukraine because some oligarchs in Ukraine were assisting the Democrats. That wasn't the government of Ukraine. There were Ukrainian businessmen doing it. But President Trump was painting with a pretty broad brush there. Next. So basically, Luke Coffey is saying this is World War III, or at least some massive global conflict. Is that what he's saying? Sorry, it wasn't fully following. Yeah, more or less, Clement Media. That is more or less what he's saying. He's saying, look, Russia sees this as World War III, and the war is against the West and the East, okay? The East being Russia, China, Iran. That's the way they see it. We just don't see it that way. It's the same as the terrorists that have been waging war against the United States for decades. The United States, for the longest time, just pretended that the war didn't exist. But it does. Next. Where was this plant hit? That was in southern Israel, about 12 kilometers south of Beersheba, in the Negev desert. What about drones checking our military bases? I've done a whole podcast about that. That's off the topic for today, so I'm not going to go any further with that. Next. If Iran Army and Navy are 90% destroyed, how are they still firing and getting through Israeli defenses? Their ability to fire missiles has been 90% degraded. Their Navy wasn't firing missiles at Israel anyway. The missile forces are the one part of the IRGC that was specifically designed to weather attacks like they're seeing now. They were dug into mountains and they stockpiled many, many missiles in there. They put them on mobile launchers, and they have this system set up where even if the entrances of these missile cities get collapsed, they have heavy machinery inside. They can dig them out from the inside, and then they just keep on firing. So we're going to have to continue to degrade that extra 10%. And one wonders if, because Iran so far has not been able to create all that much damage in Israel, at least. They have created quite a bit more damage across the Gulf states. But, there's been some damage in Israel, but not all that much. You almost wonder if it wouldn't be cheaper just to let Iran go ahead and fire off the rest of their missiles, and Israel just shoot them down, and then that'll be it, because they'll be out. They already are. We've rendered them unable to be able to make more missiles for the immediate future for a long time. So, at some point, they will be degraded to the point where they just can't be a threat anymore. Next. I heard they hit one desalination plant yesterday. I heard they targeted one, but I don't think they actually took it offline. Next. Nothing more has been said about the massive denial of service server room set up in New York. Just an unsolvable mystery. Is anybody investigating further? I should look back into that and see if there's any more that has come out on that. That's a good question. Next. Isn't it a war crime to take out vital infrastructure? A lot of it depends on motivation, and a lot of it depends on proportionality. If you're taking out the entire power grid in Iran in order to stop some parts of the power grid that are being used by the IRGC. That probably would be a war crime. But if you're doing targeted strikes on stuff that we know the IRGC is using to threaten its neighbors, that would not be a war crime. And look, even if civilians are impacted, civilians are going to suffer. But it doesn't just the simple fact that civilians are suffering does not make it a war crime. Okay, next. How is Iran stopping the oil? Well, they're threatening to mine or drone the Strait of Hormuz. They don't actually have to have ships out there stopping other boats from going through. They just have to threaten to blow them up, and then the ships can't get insurance and they won't go through. Next. Is it true that Zelensky is going around and meeting with Gulf states? Why is this happening? Can you explain this? Yes, he is, absolutely. And he just came back from there. He made deals with a bunch of the Gulf states to provide them with thousands of drones a month that will be interceptor drones that will take down these Shaheds that Iran is sending their way, and share with them the technology and the ability to use them. So that's very good for Ukraine. It's improving Ukraine's sort of public image, and it is going to be very helpful to the Gulf states as well. So that's why. Next. What about the Iranian people who want their king back to form a democratic government? That's kind of a contradiction in terms. You can't have a democratic government with a king necessarily, but I get what you're saying. Most of them do want Reza Pahlavi as their leader, and I think we ought to give them the chance, at least to take over until they can have elections, because you can't have elections when there's no government at all, kind of a failed state. Next. Any news on the son of late Ayatollah? Is he still alive? No news. Nobody's heard from him. He's put out 2 statements since the war began, in writing, not in person. We have no idea if he's even capable of, if he's a vegetable or what. Next. Who's selling him all the white Toyota pickup trucks they pack him in? Toyota, I would imagine. Next. Is it possible that Iran or Russia or China are inside of our military and government, where they know all intel from the USA, so they would know our next move, and they know plan A, B, and C? It is very likely that they have agents spying on American military, even from the inside. We've seen cartels doing that, where they send guys to join the military specifically to put them on the inside. But yeah, and they do get found out from time to time as well. There was a general over in Greece. It wasn't an American. It was a Greek, Navy or Army general that was just arrested because he was passing information to China for money. And so, yeah, I mean, it happens. No question. Next. Thank you, Chuck. I wish you were in Canada so my son could attend your camp in August. Well, I think it's legal for Canadians to come across the border to the United States. However, I do need to tell you that we are basically full now. We have overbooked ourselves, and we've taken about as many as we can. So I don't think we've got any space, but maybe next year. Okay. Next. Thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate you. Chewy board man. Next. Is that it? Okay, folks. Well, go to chuckholton.com, please, and become a supporter if you'd like to support independent journalism. A lot of people that have cut the cable are no longer paying a couple $100s a month for their cable, and instead you find a few people like me that you like to watch, and you go over to chuckholton.com. You can become a supporter over there, get tons of extra content, early access, copies of my books and my documentaries, and a whole lot more. And so that is how we keep the lights on around here. If you want to support us, we appreciate you for doing it. So thank you very much for that. You can also support us by buying merch from our merch store, HoltonNewsStore.com. So thank you very much for that. And like I said, the Frontier Forge Institute is full, so we're going to have to cut off new registrations today for that. So God bless you, and thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.
President told us he would do on day one, which is to lower the cost. Thank you so much.
Representative Swalwell from earlier today. You are watching live now from Fox, everyone. What we'll do is take another 2-minute break. Coming up, we will continue to talk about the markets today. A little up and down. It's still all green on the Dow Jones, but we did have session highs much higher. We'll take a look at it and continue to talk about, does President Trump still have the effect that he once did by putting out updates on Truth Social when it concerns not only war, but the economy? We'll be back with more on Live Now. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Coming up in just moments, we'll be talking to the Wall Street Journal, discussing the markets so far today, leading up for the rest of the week. It'll be a shorter week because of Good Friday coming up at the end of the week. In the meantime, do want to take you out to California, a roundtable that is going on live right now, discussing traffic violations and other measures that are affecting the communities. Let's listen in.
Communicate with the community, and I know a lot of you, or a lot of community members, actually they have been advocating for pedestrian safety for a very long time, or probably some of them advocating it for a lifetime. So I just really want to acknowledge that and we are committed to working with the community for the long term.
Thank you, Crystal. I want to acknowledge real quick our police commissioners, Larry Yee, who's adjusting our sound up there, as well as Mr. Wilson Leung, who's here today from the Police Commission, and various members from our community, from Self-Help for the Elderly, Kiefer Hu, Sarah Wan from Community Youth Center, Chan Chow with CCDC, Ken Ho with the Chinese Chamber, and Harlan Wong. We're going to open up for Q&A briefly.
This incident, it was involving an elderly driver, but you're here to talk about public safety on our streets and how you can prevent this from happening again. Given the fact that it was an elderly driver, given the fact that this was a fatal accident, what measures would you take to prevent something like this from happening again?
Thank you for the question. Of course, the investigation is still underway, but I think you hit on a point which a number of us are concerned about, which is that there have been a string of tragic crashes that have involved senior drivers in recent months in San Francisco in recent years. And I think it's a dual responsibility. There's a responsibility first that starts at home when you think about your loved ones, whether they be parents or grandparents, and thinking about their safety driving. I think that's a really important conversation, a difficult conversation that we need to have more. And with that, frankly, we need to make it easier to get around San Francisco without a car. We need to make it more accessible for our seniors to choose public transit if they're not able to drive or if they shouldn't drive. And I think it's also a conversation that we, and when I say we, I particularly mean our representatives, Board of Supervisors, working with our state delegation, our assembly members, and our senator here in San Francisco to think about the oversight that the state provides with the DMV. There's been instances in the past few years actually where the DMV has rolled back some of the requirements for older drivers in terms of having them take frequent tests and in some cases going into the office after a certain age. This is something I think that is sensitive because we want to make it accessible for everyone to get their license, but I think we have a responsibility to keep people safe on our streets. There's other states that are ahead of us when we think about how we look at seniors and making sure that they still have their facilities to drive at an advanced age, and that's something I intend to do and look at with our state representatives. It'll take state action because it involves the DMV, but it's something that these last few incidents in particular have been a really brutal wake-up call.
There is possibility of pending charges. Obviously, we will complete our investigation before we divulge any of that information, and we will also work in concert with our district attorney's office. So I can't give you any other further details at this time.
All right, everyone, you are watching live now from Fox. This is the roundtable happening out in San Francisco, talking about traffic safety as well as community safety, and we'll keep an eye on that. We are going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we are going to be talking about the markets coming up with the Wall Street Journal. back, everyone. Here too, live now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you as we continue to roll on. Next up, we want to talk about the markets and what a whiplash sort of a day. If you look back to last night with the futures, you saw it was red, it got worse, and then in this market, though, all it takes is a Trump Truth Social update, and it got things spiking once again. In pre-market, we saw a heavy amount of trading to the positive, but then there was a deep sell-off right when the bell opened. We are continuing to take a look at it right here on Live Now from Fox, but I want to bring in our next guest to help break it all down from the Wall Street Journal, David Uberti joining us. David, what do you make here of this really whiplash day that we are seeing?
Well, as you said, last week was a very big down week for the stock market as well as bonds, as the price of oil really launched upward versus where it had been previously. You know, today you mentioned the Trump social media post suggesting some de-escalation of tensions with regard to Iran. But an interesting thing has happened over the last couple of weeks or so, whereas previously you had these very big moves after Trump or other Trump administration officials had various statements on the state of the war. Now traders and people on Wall Street, whether they are investing in oil or stocks or bonds, they've started to discount some of those statements from the president, as well as some of his counterparts on the Iranian side as well. There's just so much uncertainty of what's happening. They've seen some of these statements turn out to be false previously, and they don't want to be caught in the wrong side of those bets. So you did have some immediate market reaction with regard to the Trump Truth Social post earlier. That's why you're seeing some of those earlier moves reverse now.
Yeah, we're seeing that right now. And I mean, what a difference, though, a year makes. Almost a year when we talk about April of 2025, when he paused the tariffs, and we saw just how much of a spike that was. Now, when he makes these updates on the war, a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, the sort of dynamic that I laid out to you over the last couple of weeks has been of a piece of a broader situation with regard to markets over the last year plus. As Trump returned to office. As you recalled, April 2025, there was a huge rally in the stock market after President Trump pulled back on some of his most aggressive tariff threats against other countries. And essentially, the market has learned since then that you can't take all of those statements at face value, both the initial policy pronouncements as well as some of these sort of walkbacks after the fact as well. You know, the Trump administration, they will say that this is part of a negotiating tactic, a strategy to keep people on their heels, specifically in a wartime situation. They want to preserve some semblance of sort of discretion with regard to what they're going to do next. But when it comes to markets that can trade in the space of milliseconds, if not quicker than that, you have this very herky-jerky market action where essentially robots, big computers, algorithms that tend to trade stocks and bonds and other things, they are responding in very real time to all of these utterances. And increasingly so, they are not having the same sort of impact they did previously.
Yeah, and I think it makes people wonder, too, okay, when he does these Sunday night or Monday morning updates on the war, is it to talk about an update to the war, or is it trying to easing the market a little bit?
Well, I can't speak to President Trump's motivations, but what I can say is speaking to oil traders, Wall Street investors, and other people who are in the financial space over the last couple of weeks, they certainly believe that it is the case that Trump will take to Truth Social. He will do telephone interviews with TV stations, for example, in order to talk the market off the ledge, either to depress the price of oil or to boost the price of bonds and stocks and what have you. You have the price of oil in particular, which is the main variable that matters right now. It has periodically gotten above $110 a barrel, which is enough to inflict pretty severe pain on consumers around the world. There have been a number of these pronouncements from Trump once oil hits those levels. So whether this is a strategy or not, it's hard to tell, but the market certainly believes it is.
Then pay attention.
Yeah, it's definitely something to really look at, because, I mean, you made a good point there, too, about these algos that are just receiving the information in real time and just doing this bounce back, and you're getting this really kind of, zigzag day almost.
Yeah, I mean, these algorithms are algorithmically driven trading strategies, they take in an immense amount of data in order to try to trade the stock market, trade bonds, trade commodities, and what have you. And the people who actually create those algorithms, those trading programs, are constantly tweaking the dials on what information to take in, what information to give precedence to, what information to discount to some extent. So I think you see over the course of time some of those either computer-driven trading strategies or the actual humans that do the trading, they're increasingly turning the dials in ways that say, hey, let's maybe hold it a little bit the next time the president takes to social media to say something about the war. We don't know actually what it means in practice.
Very true. Very true. David, great to have you on. All great insight. That's why we love to have you on. We appreciate it as always. Thanks so much for joining us on Live Now.
Thank you.
Take care. All right, everyone. We'll take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We'll be back with more on Live Now. And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Always great to be with you as we continue to bring you some of the day's biggest top stories, headlines, and of course, when breaking news happens, you know we have you covered here as well. All right, next up, I want to bring you out to the UN daily briefing from just a little bit ago, getting the latest updates on the war in Iran and the tensions out in the Middle East. Let's listen right now on Live Now.
While I will be joined by Jean-Pierre Lacroix, our Undersecretary General for Peace Operation, will of course brief you on the situation in Lebanon. And on that, you will have seen that the statement we issued yesterday, in which the Secretary General strongly condemned the incident that took place on Sunday that resulted in the death of an Indonesian peacekeeper serving with the UN Interim Peacekeeping Force in southern Lebanon, UNIFIL. Our colleagues who died in the line of duty yesterday was Cadet Farizal Rambi, and that took place in Taib. His colleague, Private Rico Pramudia, was seriously injured and is being treated in a hospital in Beirut. We extend our deepest condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of the fallen peacekeeper, as well as to the government and people of Indonesia. We also wish a full and swift recovery to the injured peacekeeper. And as you're aware, there was another incident today in Bani Hayan in East, and where there are reports of further casualties of UN peacekeepers. Further information from our colleagues on the ground, who, as you can imagine, continue to work in extremely challenging and dangerous conditions. Some of the injured were able to be extracted today, but we are not able to access the scene to extract 2 others due to the lack of security guarantees. Following coordination with the Lebanese and Israeli authorities, a team We will update you as soon as we have more information, but I know Jean-Pierre Lacroix will also have more information for you. As you know, UNIFIL peacekeepers have been the subject of aggressive behavior and threats, and this must stop immediately. This Saturday, a UNIFIL convoy traveling along a coastal road near our headquarters in Nakora in Sector West was subjected to 6 warning shots fired by IDF elements stationed nearby, resulting in some small arms impact on one of our vehicles. On their way back, a Merkava IDF tank fired its main gun with the shell exploding just 15 meters from a vehicle. Quick reaction force convoy. The vehicle suffered minor damage but was able to continue its movement. Once again, the Secretary General calls on all to uphold law and to ensure the safety and security of UN personnel and property at all times. Attacks on peacekeepers, as we've been saying quite a bit, is a grave violation of international humanitarian law and of Security Council Resolution 1701 and may amount to war crimes. They will need to be accountability. We urge the parties to de-escalate and immediately and fully adhere to their obligations under Security Council Resolution 1701 and to avail themselves of the existing mechanisms. On the humanitarian the ground tell us that attacks on healthcare are continuing at an alarming rate. According to WHO, 7 the weekend alone, killing at least 9 health workers on duty. In southern Lebanon, strikes also hit an ambulance, including vehicles transporting casualties here in Nabatye Governorate. Since the escalation began, 87 attacks on healthcare have killed about 52 health workers and injured 126 others. The humanitarian resident and humanitarian coordinator and resident coordinator for the UN in Lebanon, Imran Riza, as well as the WHO representative, Dr. Abdi Nasser Abu Bakr, continue to call for the protection of health workers and health facilities and first responders, and they issued a joint statement over the weekend to that effect. We and our partners are continuing to work closely with the government to reach all people in need that we can reach. Our health partners, including WHO, have provided more than 33,500 consultations to displaced people and provided essential medicine to over 22,500 people. Once again, we stress that civilians, including humanitarian workers and civilian infrastructure, must be protected at all times, a concern made even more urgent by announcement of expanded military operations in southern Lebanon by the Israeli government. We have, turning to Yemen, I can tell you that we have consistently warned of the risk of the spillover from the conflict in the Middle East, and we're gravely concerned by the Houthis' recent decision to engage in the regional war by launching military attacks against Israel. We urge the Houthis to refrain from any further involvement and instead engage in, particularly through the UN Special Envoy Hans Grunberg. Mr. Grunberg warned over the weekend this escalation risks drawing the country into the regional conflict, further complicating efforts to resolve the crisis in Yemen. We emphasize that international law, including international humanitarian law, must be respected. We also underscore that Security Council Resolution 2768 and merchant and commercial vessels must be fully upheld. We remain committed to advancing a just and sustainable peace in Yemen. This requires all parties to prioritize the interests of the Yemeni people and further avoid entanglement in regional confrontation. And we issued a statement on behalf of the Secretary General in which he strongly condemned the drone attack carried out on March 28th on the residence of the president of the Kurdistan region of Iraq, President Nishirvan Barzani, and called for an immediate and thorough investigation. The Secretary General calls on all actors to reject violence in all its forms and to work to prevent any attempt to destabilize Iraq. And turning to the occupied Palestinian territory, our humanitarian colleagues at OCHA received reports over the weekend of airstrikes and shelling hitting residential areas in Gaza, as well as a fatal shooting by Israeli forces and other attacks by settlers in the West Bank. One incident documented by OCHA before dawn today, a Palestinian family was trapped inside their home as Israeli settlers set fire to vehicles outside. Bethlehem have become frequent, and they put systematic pressure on Palestinians to and their communities. They result in fatalities, injuries, damage, and displacement, deepening humanitarian needs. We remind all parties that civilians must always be protected. In law enforcement context, lethal force must be a last resort, and perpetrators of these unlawful attacks must be held to account. Meanwhile, we're also concerned about over-restrictions imposed on our humanitarian operations. Today, international NGOs confirmed their intention to proceed with a petition to the Israeli High Court of Justice challenging the new Israeli registration system, which further restricts their ability to operate not only in Israel, but also in the occupied Palestinian territory. NGOs, as we've often said, play a critical role in the humanitarian response. In the occupied Palestinian territory, international NGOs have collectively delivered some $1 billion in assistance every year. OCHA says the prohibitive registration requirements are among several measures undermining people's access to humanitarian services. Israeli authorities must allow and facilitate rapid, unimpeded passage of humanitarian relief. They must reverse policies that obstruct humanitarian operations and ensure that humanitarian organizations are able to operate without compromising humanitarian principles. And regarding the situation in Baidoa, I can tell you that the UN office in Somalia calls for ensuring the safety and protection of the city's civilian population. The Secretary General further calls on the federal government of Somalia and federal member states to resolve their differences through constructive dialogue. The humanitarian coordinator in Somalia, George Conway, also called for the de-escalation in the southwest state, where Baidoa is, where tensions and clashes have forced some 45,000 people to flee their homes over the last week. In a statement over the weekend, Mr. Conway urged all to uphold their obligations to protect civilians, ensure the unhindered movement of people, and guarantee safe, sustained humanitarian access to all those who need it. He warned that without urgent action, the humanitarian situation in Baidoa, which already hosts 430,000 uprooted people, will deteriorate further. Most displacement is from central neighborhoods of Baidoa town towards nearby villages where basic services and humanitarian assistance is limited, as you can imagine. Our humanitarian colleagues note that the southwest state has been hit hard by drought, and the ongoing insecurity is only deepening a humanitarian crisis and holding back the response. And nearby Sudan, I can tell you that we continue to be alarmed by attacks on civilians and the growing constraints on humanitarian access across many parts of the 7 people were killed and dozens injured when an airstrike hit a funeral gathering in Payam Kasha in Nuba Mountains last Friday. Also in West Kordofan State, insecurity continues to displace families. Our colleagues at the International Organization for Migration tell us that at least 120 people were forced to flee their homes that one same day. In South Kordofan, strikes and attacks in the town of Dilling reportedly caused 3 deaths on Saturday. Local sources on the ground in Dilling also report humanitarian situation there is rapidly deteriorating. The continued fighting and repeated drone strikes are disrupting critical supply routes across the Kordofan region. Key roads linking the city of El Obeid in North Kordofan to the towns of Dilling and Kadugli in South Kordofan are increasingly unsafe, which has a direct impact on hampering the movements of humanitarian supplies and commercial supplies. Red tape is further compounding these challenges, with essential medical activities in El Obeid suspended for nearly 1 month now. In Blue Nile State, escalating hostilities near the border with Ethiopia have severely constrained humanitarian operations. Movements beyond the state capital of Ed Damazin is largely suspended, cutting off access to people in need there. And in Darfur, increasing insecurity and restrictions on humanitarian movements are choking humanitarian access. Aid workers faced armed robberies. They faced attacks along key roads. Some organizations have been forced to suspend operations altogether, leaving vulnerable populations with even fewer services. Despite all of these challenges, we and our partners are continuing doing our best to respond to needs across Sudan. Civilians must be protected at all times, which should be a surprise to no one, is a requirement under international humanitarian law. Attacks on civilians and essential infrastructure must stop. We reiterate that all parties must ensure rapid, safe, and unhindered and unimpeded humanitarian access along all key routes and anywhere aid is needed. Turning to Ukraine, where our humanitarian colleagues tell us that attacks over the past 3 days have resulted in further civilian casualties and damage to critical infrastructure. In the region of Odessa, a strike on March 28th killed and injured people, including a child. A maternity hospital and other facilities and more than 70 homes were also damaged. The attack on the Odessa maternity hospital was the 5th attack this year on maternity facilities supported by the UN Population Fund. Since the beginning of the year, WHO has verified 124 attacks on healthcare in Ukraine out of 357 globally. Since the start of the full-scale invasion, over 2,900 attacks on healthcare have been reported across the country. Our humanitarian colleagues note that casualties and damage to homes and civilian infrastructure were also reported in other regions, including Mykolaiv and Donetsk. And today, parts of 7 regions remain without any electricity. Aid organizations are providing medical care, psychosocial support, food, shelter, materials such as to those, and cash assistance to those impacted by the strikes. Evacuations are ongoing with hundreds of civilians relocated away from frontline areas. Also want to flag Haiti, because I know I'd been asked about the ongoing violence that we're seeing in Haiti. And I can tell you that the Secretary General strongly condemns the gang attacks that took place on the morning of March 29th in Petite Rivière in Haiti's Arbanite department. Estimates of the death toll vary, ranging from 10 to up to 80 people killed. This attack underscores the gravity of the security situation faced by the Haitian population. He urges Haitian authorities to conduct a thorough investigation. Our political mission in Haiti, BNU, is closely monitoring developments and remains fully engaged with national partners. And this morning in ECOSOC is holding its first special meeting on credit ratings, marking the implementation of another action from the Sevilla commitment agreed to at the 4th International, which took place in Sevilla last summer. The Deputy Secretary General, delivering remarks on behalf of the Secretary General, said that for the first time we have dedicated space bringing together member states, credit rating agencies, and investors and other of countries being priced of the financing they need. Credit ratings should help open door to longer-term financing aligned with sustainable development, but all too often these ratings are static and short-term oriented, based often on incomplete information, ability to access financing at rates that they can actually afford. The Secretary General highlighted 3 guiding principles: transforming mindsets from long-term speculation to long-term investment, recognizing that borrowing at reasonable costs to invest in development can help generate prosperity, and fostering accountability for all parties. Full remarks were shared with you. Our colleagues at the Peace Building Commission asked us to share the following with you: that the permanent representative of Morocco, Omar Hilal, Central African Republic from the 31st to 2nd of April. He will be accompanied by members of the Peace Building Commission, Secretary General for Peace Building, Elizabeth Spehar. The mission aims to reaffirm the sustained and international support for the comprehensive implementation of the Agreement for Peace and Reconciliation in the Central African Republic, following the successful conclusion of the country's December 2025 presidential and legislative elections, an achievement in the country's democratic journey. Today is Zero Waste Day. Every day we waste enough food for 1 billion meals, while 9% of humanity goes hungry. The Secretary General today stresses that we cannot take food for granted. It's time to build a zero-waste food system that nourishes both people and planet. Lastly, we have a quiz. One country paid up is home to the largest single-drop waterfall in the world by volume. No, single-drop waterfall, I learned this today, is just one fall of water. Want another hint? It is the only country in South America with English as its official language. Guyana, very good. So we thank you very much to our friends in Georgetown. 96 people, 96 member states. They paid $1,961, and we thank them for each and every one of those dollars. Edith Lederer.
Thank you, Steph. Does Secretary General have anyone in Islamabad monitoring potential talks or indirect contacts between the United States and Iran?
We do not have anybody there, but the Secretary General was scheduled to speak to the Foreign Minister of Pakistan, I think, as we speak, so he'll be updated.
And one other question. Is there any update or reaction to the Secretary General's to put together this task force to try and get Strait of Hormuz open for humanitarian aid, food, and fertilizer?
Yes, so the head of in New York this week, and I know we'll be meeting with a number of member states. Pam, then we'll go down the line.
Thank you. Follow-up on that question is, have you gotten reactions to the mechanism, the I don't know what we'll call it, the Strait of Hormuz reopening mechanism? Have you gotten reaction from other countries supportive of this, willing to help, anything?
I mean, you know, the Secretary General had a series of ambassadors last week to brief them. I can't say there was any negative reaction. And again, as I mentioned, Jorge Moreira da Silva is in New York this week to have more in-depth conversations. Representatives.
And on P5, any reactions from France, U.S.,
I'm
Russia?
not going to go at this point. Ibtisam, and then sorry, and then.
Thank you, Steph. Philip Lazzarini leaving his office tomorrow. Any words? And do you have somebody? Did the Secretary General appointed somebody new?
Yes, Christian Saunders will take over as of 1st April to be the officer in charge of UNRWA. He will be based in Amman. I think he's already there, or he's on his way there. As you will recall, he had also served as the acting Commissioner General of UNRWA in 2019, and Christian has had a lot of experience at UNRWA, and we're happy that he will be officer in charge for the time being.
Why is he going to be based in Oman?
Thank you for correcting me. Linda.
Since it's kind of similar, I guess, in some ways, between Russia and Ukraine back in 2022. How complicated is this to arrange? In other words, about how long did that take to arrange? And you know what I'm saying?
There is simple road to get to where we want to be, but it is a road that we are going down this road with, I think, determination.
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing
for the sake of all those who are suffering as a result of this conflict. Ms. Salome.
Thanks, Steph. Regarding the Secretary General's statement on the UNIFIL peacekeepers who were killed, it does note that the projectiles came from an unknown position, but that the peacekeepers were, quote, inside their position. So is this a case of being caught in the crossfire or directly targeted?
I think all of these things will come out in investigations. I think Monsieur Lacroix will have more details. But what is clear is that the position of UN facilities is more than well known the parties, and we also do deconfliction when we are moving our convoys around.
To the authorities.
And then I'll go to you, Namo.
I have two follow-up questions on the task force of the Strait of Hormuz. So over the weekend, Israel and Iran exchanged more rounds of strikes. Has the SG spoke to Iranian officials since the strike toward the initiative?
I mean, the Secretary General spoke to Iranian representatives. As for the Iranian position, I think you will have to ask them, but we are engaging with them, and we're also, I mean, our message for an end to the conflict is the same to all.
Be the hosting country to operate the strait.
Those are all questions. All of those detailed questions are far from being worked out. And then Nabil.
Thank you, Stefan. You noted in the introduction the attack on the private residence of the Kurdistan region's president, Nechirvan. Makes people wonder whether Kurdistan is under an existential threat, and because it has been subjected to dozens of missile and drone attacks, and this comes at a time like earlier this month. They commemorated the 1988 Anfal genocide.
Sorry, we're running out of time because I need to get our guests. What is the question, sir?
The question is basically, do you believe, does the Secretary General believe the international community has an obligation to protect Kurdistan, the only region in the world where the Kurds have a degree of political autonomy?
People have... Civilians need to be protected, and nothing should be done to further destabilize in a very, very worrying situation.
So, Stefan, how would you describe now the level of engagement maybe between the SG and the U.S. administration, or maybe the UN system in general and the U.S. administration? It seems that it has improved.
I mean, we've
in the last few weeks. And would this be translated, into financial support?
Well, I mean, whether it's the United States or Guyana, we're not the ones cutting the checks. So financial support, you have to talk to those who are providing the financial support. Listen, we've always had there are a number of issues in which the U.S. and the UN are cooperating and working actively, and contacts are being had. And this has been the case really since the beginning of this new administration, if that's what you're referring to. Okay, Zora, and then we'll go to Mr. Lacroix.
States continue to threaten attacks on Iran energy facility and even seizure of Khark Island and Iran's oil. At the same time, U.S. and Israel strikes on civilian infrastructure such as power system, industrial sites, universities, and residential areas in Iran are ongoing. Such attacks would violate international humanitarian law. Would this action constitute war crime? And what concrete step is the U.S. Secretary General planning to take to stop this attack?
The Secretary General has been very vocal about speaking out against all attacks on civilian infrastructure, wherever they occur. The issue is not so much who does them. The fact is that if there's an attack on clearly civilian infrastructure, that is not allowed under international humanitarian law. To see an end to this conflict, a return to diplomacy. All right, I'm going to go get Mr. Lacroix, so please don't go away. Okay, d'accord.
All right. Thanks. We're very pleased to have with us Undersecretary General for Peacekeeping Operations, Jean-Pierre Lacroix, to talk about the situation in Lebanon. Mr. Lacroix, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Farhan. A very good afternoon to you. So let me give you a few elements about the recent events concerning UNIFIL. This morning, 2 Indonesian peacekeepers lost their lives in an explosion that hit a UNIFIL logistic convoy, destroying their vehicle near Bani Hayan, Sector East. 2 more peacekeepers were injured, 1 seriously. The origin of the explosion has not been determined. Yesterday, a peacekeeper of the Indonesian contingent was killed in an explosion inside the UNIFIL in Taib hospital in Beirut. I express my deepest condolences to the families of the fallen peacekeepers and the government of Indonesia, and I wish a full recovery to those injured. We strongly condemn these unacceptable incidents, and peacekeepers must never be a target. UNIFIL is investigating these incidents to determine the circumstances of these tragic developments. We also remain seriously concerned about several aggressive incidents against UNIFIL peacekeepers in the past couple of days. All acts that endanger the peacekeepers must stop, and all actors must adhere to their obligations to ensure the safety and security of the peacekeepers at all times. The inviolability of United Nations installations must be respected. Our peacekeepers remain on the ground, carrying out Security Council mandated tasks in these extremely dangerous conditions. You can imagine that they are constrained in what they do, but they continue to do whatever is possible for them to do. The women and men of UNIFIL demonstrate utmost courage and commitment to advancing international peace and security far away from home. And of course, we express our deepest appreciation to them. I reiterate the Secretary General's appeal to all sides to cease the fighting on the full implementation of Security Council Resolution 1701 by both parties will enable a long-term solution to the conflict. That's it for me. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now open the floor for questions. Yes, Nabil.
Mr. Lacroix, are we now, is this scale invasion, Israeli invasion in southern Lebanon? How would you describe the situation on the ground? And a lot of people in Lebanon are concerned that Gaza scenario maybe will be repeated in Lebanon, at least on the humanitarian level. Do you see any similar tactics? Similarity between the tactics between destroying homes and properties and villages and what happened in Gaza? And my second question is about the situation on the Syrian-Lebanese border, because the Israeli forces posted yesterday videos and pictures about an operation that crossed the borders from Syria to Lebanon. What's the impact of this new maybe situation on your operations in Golan and in Lebanon?
Laz is always hatching some mad scheme or another. I think he imagines himself
Thank you very much.
king of the Kirab.
What we have seen clearly is an increased the IDF, together with the strikes, of course, in different parts of Lebanon. It's difficult for me to speculate on the final intent because I cannot speak on behalf of the Israeli authorities, the IDF, certainly. I wouldn't pretend to do this, but based on what we're seeing as well, several statements emanating from the Israeli authorities and also the orders for evacuation of civilians, it certainly looks like we might end up with, I would call it an expanded buffer zone in southern Lebanon. Now, what width, what breadth, what size, what all of this it's for the Israeli to talk about what their intent is. The level of destruction, of course, was already significant even before the beginning of hostilities. I mean, I toured the Blue Line in January, and as you know, I mean, there's really a string of devastated villages with, even at this moment, very few civilians left. The humanitarian consequences, of course, are dramatic. But I should point out that in the UNIFIL area of operation, UNIFIL has continued to the best of their ability, and given the constraint, again, as a result of the current sort of a kinetic operation going on, but they have continued to conduct regularly operations for humanitarian assistance, particularly to support the population that are left in UNIFIL area of population. As you know, there are a number of villages where population has remained. There are also a number of movement that were basically movement of civilians who wished to, who had wanted to leave the area of operation that have been facilitated and supported by UNIFIL in conjunction with the Lebanese armed forces. Now, in terms of the what happened at the Syrian-Lebanese border, I mean, we have no specific information. As you know, it's beyond the UNIFIL area of operation. But as you've seen, I mean, the reach of Israeli operation has gone beyond the southern Litani sector because of the strikes, and in the Bekaa, in southern Beirut, and in other places in Lebanon. But that's all I can say really regarding the what happened at the Syrian-Lebanese border is obviously also an area of concern.
Okay, Farnoosh, and then Nibtisam.
Thank you. Thank you for doing this briefing with us. I wanted to ask, do you have a total number of UNIFIL peacekeepers that have been killed since the operation started?
Well, we had since the new the recent hostility started, we've had 3 peacekeepers killed actually. So then, I mean, these are the deaths that happened yesterday and today. In addition to injured peacekeepers, I mean, you would recall the incident that resulted in 1 Ghanaian peacekeeper quite severely injured. We visited him, Secretary General, myself. I was there in the hospital in Beirut, and today we have, I should say, 2. From the report I have, severely injured peacekeeper. 1 yesterday, Indonesia. Today, another one. So obviously, we wish for.
Right, everyone. That was from earlier today out in New York City, but we do want to take you out now live to Detroit, getting an update from the FBI and other officials on the synagogue attack that happened back on March 12th. Let's listen in.
Chief of Police Dale Young from West Bloomfield Police Department and other members of the community. Please silence your phone and devices. And also, we will have a brief Q&A afterwards.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Runyon, and I'm the Special Agent in charge of FBI Detroit Field Office. Our hearts continue to be with the community as they heal from this attack, especially the Temple Israel security team, its staff, teachers, and family. The FBI continues to support these victims through our online virtual victim assistance center, which can be found at www.fbi.gov/West Bloomfield Victims, plural. This website provides a host of resources still available to anyone who has been impacted by this attack. The purpose of today's press conference is to provide the investigative findings as well as a timeline into the motive of this attack against the Jewish community at Temple Israel on March 12th. From the outset, this has been a full-scale investigation with our special agents, intelligence analysts, linguists, digital forensic examiners, evidence response team members, our professional staff, and our special agent bomb techs to work around the clock in close coordination with our law enforcement partners. Despite the fire in the truck and the assailant's attempts to delete his digital footprint, we have processed hundreds of digital and forensic evidence items. We've conducted over 100 interviews of witnesses, family, and associates. We also continue to work with our foreign partners to receive any information that would shed light on the activities of the assailant or any threats currently here in Michigan. Based on the evidence gathered to date, we assess this attack to be a Hezbollah-inspired act of terrorism purposely targeting the Jewish community and the largest Jewish temple in Michigan. The FBI defines terrorism as a violent criminal act by an individual who is inspired by or associated with a designated foreign terrorist organization. We do not make this characterization lightly without a thorough review and keen evaluation of the facts. In this case, the evidence shows the attacker was motivated and inspired by Hezbollah's militant ideology. Although the assailant's attack planning and mobilization to violence began in earnest on March 9th, which I will fully detail here shortly, a review of his online activity since January 2026 revealed a reoccurring search history of pro-Hezbollah news channels, Iranian news channels, and videos about shootouts and bullets. He regularly consumed breaking news and statements and live coverage of the current Secretary General of Hezbollah, Naim Qassem, and viewed news coverage about an Iranian fatwa for total jihad against the U.S. military. Beginning on March 9th, during the early mornings, the assailant started viewing web pages of local synagogues, and in the afternoon, he attempted to purchase a weapon from 2 different individuals, both of whom we've identified and interviewed. After those people denied his request, he then purchased an AR-style rifle at a local gun store in Dearborn Heights, along with 10 rifle magazines and approximately 300 rounds of .223 rifle ammunition. While he was at the gun store, he ordered a rifle magazine pouch as well as 40 5.3-gallon water containers from an online store. After that gun store, he then began researching locations for local fireworks vendors. Throughout the night of March 9th, the assailant began visiting numerous different web pages of Jewish cultural, educational, and religious centers all throughout the...
All right, the FBI giving an update out in Detroit. They're talking about the synagogue attack that happened back on March 12th. Now learning that this was Hezbollah inspired. That is what the latest FBI update has. We will get back to it in just moments here on Live Now from Fox, but we want to continue to get updates on the war in Iran and the possibility of a ground invasion featuring U.S. forces. So for more on this right now, let's go out right now to Fox News' Jennifer Griffin joining us here with the very latest. Jennifer.
Well, Mike, I think the first thing to point out is there are not enough U.S. Marines or special operators who've been moved into the region for any sort of extended ground invasion. There may be a possibility of raids. There's been talk from the president about possibly sending special operations units, perhaps with the help of the 82nd Airborne, in to try and snatch and grab, if you will, the 900 pounds plus of highly enriched uranium. But that highly enriched uranium, we believe, is buried in tunnels at the Isfahan complex, and it would be a complicated ground operation that would put U.S. forces on the ground, not for a few hours, but for up to a week, if not longer. And that is very dangerous given all the talk of this operation and the possibility that the Iranians would likely mine that area or ambush that area. Then there's the talk of taking the islands, Karg Island, which is about 500 miles north of the Strait of Hormuz, or Larak Island, which is closer to the Strait of Hormuz. We know that the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, with about 3,500 sailors and Marines on board, arrived in the region into the Arabian Sea over the weekend. They are in a position, but they have not crossed through the Strait of Hormuz, and there's no evidence that they are going to be able to anytime soon. So they are not really in a position to take those islands in the coming days. It seems what is happening is a pressure campaign to back up this kind of talk of if negotiations that are nascent in Pakistan, from what we understand from the White House, with possible Iranian leaders. They haven't said which ones. If those negotiations go forward or if they fail down the road, that the president would have military options. But again, looking at the numbers and talking to military planners and experts, there still are not enough U.S. troops in place in the Middle East for these kind of specialized operations that are getting bandied about.
And Jennifer, with the talk there of President Trump about putting even more in the region in the coming days and weeks, is the hopes that that threat will really try to get Iran maybe off kilter a little bit? But at this point, it seems that they are continuing on as being pretty much just trying to survive at all costs.
Well, they are trying to survive at all costs, and that was the assumption going into this. If the Iranians got to a point that enough of the regime could survive and they would see this as an existential threat, that then they would close the Strait of Hormuz. And that's what they have essentially done, while also reaching out, and we understand, to try some negotiations. But negotiations have failed in the past. There's not a lot of goodwill or trust on either side. So it's that is why you're seeing the buildup that is continuing to take place, but it will take weeks. And the question is, how much can the world economy and how much can the U.S. economy sustain with the Strait of Hormuz closed for a matter of weeks or more? And if you look at most of the estimates from oil experts, in the next 1 to 2 weeks, we're going to start getting into sort of very dangerous territory in terms of global markets, whether it's the fertilizer market, which will affect food across the world, as well as the export of crude. And now with the Houthis trying to get involved in the Red Sea, that could affect the flow of oil that the Saudis have put into the Red Sea. They're sending about 7 million barrels a day through that east-west pipeline that they have. But if the Houthis decide to start disrupting traffic there, that could cause a further disruption to oil, and you're seeing prices continue to rise, and that is going to have a lag effect and a very serious effect on the world economy.
Yeah, we've been seeing that spike all day today with oil, and it was interesting to look at the markets as stocks today, Jennifer, they were pretty much propped up on the notion of President Trump's Truth Social last night and this morning, but then everything gave away and the market sold off, maybe not believing everything in that Truth Social now that the investors are taking a look at.
Well, I think what you're seeing, and this has happened a number of times now, that right before markets close on Friday, maybe an hour beforehand, the president puts out a Truth Social suggesting that either the end is near or that negotiations are taking place. The same thing happened on Sunday when that Truth Social post came out. In fact, even the Iranian Speaker of Parliament, who is supposed to be one of the people that the president would like to negotiate with, he began trolling the U.S. president and the White House online, but after that Truth Social, or just prior to that Truth Social, suggesting that that's what the president was trying to do, to keep the market stable by putting out suggestions that negotiations were further along than they actually were. So there's a lot of public posturing right now. The U.S. military is still carrying out a very systematic plan to destroy and disable the ballistic missile and the ballistic missiles, the Air Force as well as the Navy, and they are making a lot of progress in that. But the problem is, I think you get to a point in this conflict where if you can't get the Strait of Hormuz open, which will likely require negotiation, or if you can't get that highly enriched uranium, which will require negotiation, then you have to start considering putting in ground forces, and it might take a lot of ground forces and might end up with a lot of casualties. And the question is whether the president is willing to risk that.
So true. Jennifer Griffin, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. Always great to speak with you. We appreciate the updates.
Thanks, Mike.
We'll continue to follow always the very latest on the Middle East tensions as they continue. We'll take a 2-minute break and be back with more. All right, everyone, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us. Taking a look at the markets right now. Dow Jones down about 100 points in the red, so erasing all of today's gains. We're seeing similar actions on the S&P as well as the NASDAQ right now as investors continue to weigh just how long this war in Iran is going to last. We'll keep an eye on the market movements. Just about a half an hour left in the trading day. Let's go now. I want to take you back out to Michigan. FBI, Detroit, and others talking about the Michigan synagogue attack that happened back in mid-March. Let's listen right now on Live Now.
This attack against the Jewish community at Temple Israel on March 12th. From the outset, this has been a full-scale investigation with our special agents, intelligence analysts, linguists, digital forensic examiners, evidence response team members, our professional staff, and our special agent bomb techs to work around the clock in close coordination with our law enforcement partners. Despite the fire in the truck and the assailant's attempts to delete his digital footprint, we have processed hundreds of digital and forensic evidence items. We've conducted over 100 interviews of witnesses, family, and associates. We also continue to work with our foreign partners to receive any information that would shed light on the activities of the assailant or any threats currently here in Michigan. Based on the evidence gathered to date, we assess this attack to be a Hezbollah-inspired act of terrorism purposely targeting the Jewish community and the largest Jewish temple in Michigan. The FBI defines terrorism as a violent criminal act by an individual who is inspired by or associated with a designated foreign terrorist organization. We do not make this characterization lightly without a thorough review and keen evaluation of the facts. In this case, the evidence shows the attacker was motivated and inspired by Hezbollah's militant ideology. Although the assailant's attack planning and mobilization to violence began in earnest on March 9th, which I will fully detail here shortly, a review of his online activity since January 2026 revealed a reoccurring search history of pro-Hezbollah news channels, Iranian news channels, and videos about shootouts and bullets. He regularly consumed breaking news and statements and live coverage of the current Secretary General of Hezbollah, Naim Qassem, and viewed news coverage about an Iranian fatwa for total jihad against the U.S. military. Beginning on March 9th, during the early mornings, the assailant started viewing web pages of local synagogues, and in the afternoon, he attempted to purchase a weapon from 2 different individuals, both of whom we've identified and interviewed. After those people denied his request, he then purchased an AR-style rifle at a local gun store in Dearborn Heights, along with 10 rifle magazines and approximately 300 rounds of .223 rifle ammunition. While he was at the gun store, he ordered a rifle magazine pouch as well as 40 5.3-gallon water containers from an online store. After that gun store, he then began researching locations for local fireworks vendors. Throughout the night of March 9th, the assailant began visiting numerous different web pages of Jewish cultural, educational, and religious centers all throughout the Detroit metro area, and even viewed multiple pages of upcoming events at Temple Israel. During the morning and early morning of March 10th, he continued his online searches with specific search terms and phrases such as the largest gathering of Israelis in Michigan, Orthodox synagogues, Israelis near me, what time is the Trump rally in Michigan, as well as a center affiliated with the Israeli embassy in Michigan. He later attempted to try and delete these queries, but we were able to recover them. At approximately 1 p.m. on March 10th, the assailant visited a local shooting range and practiced shooting his new weapon. He then drove to the local fireworks vendor that he researched at approximately 2 p.m. and purchased over $2,200 of fireworks. After leaving that local fireworks vendor, he continued reviewing web pages related to Temple Israel, its clergy, and its upcoming events. On March 11th, the day before the attack, in the early morning, he began adding photos to a Facebook photo profile photo album that he entitled Vengeance. And he started including images such as the late Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khomeini, as well as the late Hezbollah Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah. With there in the right, in Arabic, it says, "Burn their world, for we have a vendetta against them that we will never forget." Throughout that morning on the 11th, he continued to post photos of his deceased brothers, niece, and nephew, and exchanged some messages with his family. However, at approximately 2:22 p.m., the delivery of his 45.3-gallon collapsible water containers arrived. And from 2:45 onward, we see him begin planning and organizing his truck. And he goes to get gas 4 different times so that he can fill up his containers without alerting too much suspicion. By 10:50 p.m., he makes his final run to a gas station and purchases 2 torch lighters, which we believe he used to light his truck on fire. Throughout the same afternoon, while he's organizing his truck and going to gas stations, the assailant continued reviewing web pages for Temple Israel and its upcoming events. And by 6:30, he continued posting pro-Hezbollah propaganda, as well as videos of his brother, and watching a video about how Israel is the most violent country in the world. Next slide. This is just an example of some of the posts that he was posting during the afternoon of the 11th. On the left is a statement issued by the Islamic Resistance of Hezbollah about the beginning of a military operation on March 11th called El-As El-Makul, which is a term used in the Quran where it refers to the destruction of the enemy and turning the enemy into withered, dead leaves. In the bottom left of that photo on the left, you can see 2 logos. One is for the military media of the Islamic Resistance, and the second logo is for Lebanese Hezbollah. On the right is a meme with the actual verse from the Quran in the Al-Fil chapter, where it describes destroying the enemy and turning them into dead and withered leaves. At approximately 9:40 p.m., before he went to his last round of gas, he did one final search for what time is lunch at Temple Israel, and later deleted that query as well. On the morning of the attack, early in the morning hours, he posted numerous photos to Facebook of his deceased family members, as well as the following comments. Can you go back one? Right there. In the early morning hours, he continued posting on random and various Facebook profiles that said, "We will seek retribution for their sacred blood." Simu, which is a phrase for his brother. "Heaven is fortunate to have you." "Israel is a cancerous, malignant growth." "Israel is pure evil." And the oppressors will soon know what kind of end they will meet. By 6:56, he searched again online for additional rifle accessories. And by 7:20, he made a Facebook status post that said, "You killed the Ali and Hussein of our time. We will avenge their blood." He also posted additional comments to various Facebook threads and added additional photos to his Vengeance profile photo album in Facebook. From 8:45 to 9:52 that morning, before he left, the assailant visited the web pages again of a local firearms vendor, sporting goods store, and searched for a double magazine holster. At approximately 9:18 a.m., the assailant departed for Temple Israel and arrived, as we all know, at approximately 9:58 a.m. At 10:01, he sends his sister a picture of a receipt that says $2,000 to Dad. And by 10:12, as he's sitting in the parking lot, he posts 4 videos, which were taken as he was driving to Temple Israel that morning. In the background of these videos, which I'm just providing screenshots of, are Arabic anthems playing in the background that have the themes of resistance and military defiance and impending dawn. By 10:13, right after those 4 videos were posted, he posts this photo to his Vengeance photo album, that there's no need to learn Hebrew anymore. Next slide. And by 10:34 onward, this is where we see a significant amount of his ideology come forward. While he's sitting in the parking lot, he sends his sister overseas 19 videos, photos, and messages that reiterated his intent to commit a mass terrorist attack, as well as affirming his Hezbollah-inspired ideology. These communications included statements expressing a commitment to commit violent action, references to martyrdom, as well as threats to attack what he described as the largest gathering of Israelis in Michigan. I'm going to provide a few of the screenshots. I'm not providing comprehensively everything that we have during this time. First here, a meme that he sent, the first one he sent to his sister. The translation is, "Jihad is the gateway to heaven, one that God opens to his chosen ones." Next slide. Next photo he sends her in order is a photo with the verse from the Quran overlaid there in yellow. "For such he has written faith in their hearts and strengthened them with a spirit from himself. And he will admit them to the gardens beneath which rivers flow to dwell therein. God will be well pleased with them and they with him. They are the party of God. Truly it is the party of God that will achieve felicity." His sister asks him to stop sending these photos, but he continues with a numerous set of videos, and I have a few screenshots. This first video and the screenshot is him sitting in the car with the same upbeat anthem from earlier, and it's called "This People Sends You a Call." And the chant in the background, while he's holding the gun, praises the south of Lebanon, the Hezb, the fighters, and those who die for the cause. He displays his weapon at the end of the video and says, "We rely on God." In a second video with the same screenshot, he continues with a chant in the background that encourages one to bomb the enemies and bring death upon them. It also encourages listeners to invade and attack enemy fortresses. The next video screenshot, next video he sends, is him listening to Hezbollah Secretary General Naim Qassem talking, and the Secretary General is saying that the listeners have one of two choices: victory or martyrdom. Qassem praises the Mujahideen in the field for giving the rest of them courage and determination, and the Arabic writing at the top in yellow says, "I remain committed." The bottom video screenshot is a video of him with the upbeat battle song in the background. The song mentions it's time for slaughter and bloodshed, and there's no time to draw back. While he's listening and recording himself driving, he yells, "Allahu Akbar," and then interrupts to declare his total devotion to God, saying that he is answering the call to heaven. Next slide. This photo, which I believe is out in the public, is a text up on the upper part. It's a verse from the Quran that it says, "The believers who are true to what they promised God, some have died for the cause and some are still waiting, but will never change." The bottom caption has the reference from earlier where it says, "Burn or ignite their world, for we have a vengeance or a vendetta that we will never forget." The last meme that I'll show you is a screenshot that he was taking and sent to his sister in the parking lot as well, where he covers up the Israeli flag with the yellow cover paint there and puts the phrase "Party of God" or Hezbollah over the Israeli flag. And yellow is a color often and always used and represent Hezbollah's sense of loyalty and sacrifice. Finally, and most concerning, is approximately 10 minutes before the attack, he sends his sister two final videos. In Arabic, he records himself saying with this screenshot, "This is the largest gathering of Israelis in the state of Michigan, in the United States. I have booby-trapped the car. I will forcibly enter and start shooting them. God willing, I will kill as many of them as I possibly can." He sends a quick 3-second video with the same screenshot shortly after and types the message, "A special operation." In between these videos and photos, the assailant exchanged 5 short phone calls with his ex-wife, who called Dearborn Heights, the police department, requesting that they do a welfare check on her ex-husband. And at 12:19, as we all know, the assailant drove his vehicle ramming into the doors of door 5, and he hit it twice. Tried once to hit it, had to reposition his truck, and then came in at a high rate of speed, going about 200 feet down the hallway. Between 12:20 and 12:22, the assailant and Temple Israel security guards exchanged gunfire before we see that the assailant appears to set off the fireworks from the interior of his vehicle at approximately 12:22. By 12:30, the vehicle is on fire and the hallway is full of smoke. We are very grateful that aside from the assailant, there were no additional fatalities. However, this evidence makes very clear the attacker intended to cause significant amounts of harm to the members and the children present at Temple Israel that day. At this stage of the investigation, we've continued to find no evidence of co-conspirators, nor do we have information that indicates a current and active threat to the community at this time. I also want to address a few points that have drawn some public attention. Despite what has been in the reporting in the media, at the time of this incident, the assailant was not the subject of or referenced in any prior FBI investigation, nor was he on the terrorist watch list. There was no evidence that he previously visited or conducted pre-physical surveillance or pre-attack surveillance at Temple Israel prior to the attack. There were no additional improvised explosive devices besides the fireworks that we have described in the vehicle other than what we've already put out. And based upon the size of the water containers, we now assess that the subject used approximately 35 gallons of gasoline, not just the 20 to 30 that I had previously stated, in attempts to enhance his fireworks to set off the vehicle. Finally, I want to extend a deep thanks to my federal, state, and local partners, as well as the Jewish community organizations that have worked with us throughout this response. Their partnership has been and continues to be essential to our investigative efforts, as well as our shared mission to keep the Jewish community safe from any future threats. Thank you. And I'll now turn it over to the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Michigan, Jerome Gorgon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. As Special Agent in Charge Runyon just told you, my name is Jerome Gorgon. I'm the United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Michigan. As the Chief Federal Law Enforcement Officer in this district, it is my job to make final charging decisions for federal crimes like this one. Before I do that, I want to thank SAC Runyon and the FBI for their tireless work on this investigation and their exceptional support of the victims. I also thank our other law enforcement partners for their valuable contributions and leadership. I have seen troubling statements made about this terrorist attack. To be fair, those imprudent claims were made without the benefit of seeing this evidence. But now there is no excuse. After reviewing the evidence that the FBI presented just at this press conference, and had this man lived, I am convinced that my office would prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed the federal crime of providing material support to Hezbollah, a designated foreign terrorist organization. Under federal law, terrorism includes premeditated, politically motivated violence perpetrated against non-combatant targets, like the American children he targeted at this Jewish temple. To prove this terrorism crime, there are three parts or elements. First, that this man knew that Hezbollah was a terrorist organization. Second, that he provided material support to Hezbollah. And third, that he did it under Hezbollah's direction and control. First, there should be no confusion. We are in America. We are under and we are protected by American law. And under American law, the U.S. State Department, with President Bill Clinton, designated Hezbollah as a foreign terrorist organization back in 1997. This formal designation followed Hezbollah's 1983 terrorist attack on the U.S. Marine compound in Beirut, Lebanon, where a terrorist killed 241 American service members. So Hezbollah has been a notorious anti-American terrorist organization for decades. Remember that the terrorist from Hezbollah in 1983 drove a truck loaded with explosives into a building to kill Americans. That is exactly what this terrorist did a few weeks ago in our backyard. He methodically planned, armed himself, and then drove an explosives-laden truck into a temple filled with American children. And SAC Runyon showed you just some of the other evidence that he supported Hezbollah.
Still
His
alive,
phone
are you?
and videos were filled with their terrorist propaganda, including his deliberate use of Hezbollah yellow. Third, this man acted under Hezbollah's direction and control. I've seen some odd attempts to explain away or even lessen this terrorist attack by claiming that he was an isolated lone wolf. But that is misleading. Terrorist propaganda is designed to activate the so-called lone wolf to act on behalf of the terrorist organization. And it makes no legal difference if the current leader of Hezbollah himself, Naim Qassem, called this man and told him to attack Temple Israel, or whether he simply heeded Hezbollah's call to kill Jews and, in his words, burn their world. So do not be misled. This terrorist acted on behalf of Hezbollah, and he intended to kill others, not just himself. He could have done that in a garage or in his basement. He did not need to plan for days, arm himself, and try to take dozens of Jewish American children with him. His death was just a means or a tool to kill as many Jews as he could. That's why his last statements were that he was on a special operation to kill as many of them as he possibly can. And it's because of the evidence presented today that there is no question that we would prove that this man provided material support to the terrorist organization Hezbollah. Thank you. And now you'll hear from Dale Young, Chief of the West Bloomfield Police Department.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dale Young, and I have the honor of serving as the Police Chief of West Bloomfield Township. First and foremost, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Temple Israel Security for their immediate and courageous response during the terror attack on Temple Israel. Your bravery made a difference in the most critical moments. I also want to offer a heartfelt thank you to the teachers and staff of Temple Israel, whose quick thinking and compassion helped keep the children calm and safe throughout this horrific event. To the officers, firefighters, dispatchers, civilian staff, and all our local, county, state, and federal partners who responded or supported us in any way. Your dedication and unity in the face of adversity remind us of the strength of the public safety community. A special thank you as well to Shenandoah Country Club for opening your doors and immediately embracing both the public and law enforcement. And to our West Bloomfield residents, your willingness to assist law enforcement that day was invaluable and is a testament to the spirit of our community. At this critical moment, I want to be absolutely clear. We stand firmly with our Jewish community. We remain unwavering in our commitment to protect them and all members of our community from those who seek to do harm. To everyone in West Bloomfield Township, please know that our commitment to your safety is our highest priority. We safeguard this community through constitutional policing, vigilance, and strong partnerships. Your officers are alert, engaged, and ready to respond to any threat. We continue to collaborate closely with our law enforcement partners, gathering intelligence and adapting our operational plans as needed. The West Bloomfield Township Board of Trustees remains dedicated to investing in our professional development and ensuring we have access to some of the best resources in the industry. West Bloomfield Township is and will always be a vibrant, inclusive place to live, work, and visit. Our community is strong, resilient, and united. Together, we will continue to move forward, supporting one another every step of the way. Thank you. I'll now turn over the microphone to FBI Special Agent in Charge, Jennifer Runyon.
Okay, I can take a few questions.
If you want to come to the, excuse me, can you come to the microphone, please? Apologize for that. Come to the podium, please. Thank you.
Geraldine
that the sister was receiving pictures and just odd messages from her brother prior to the attack. Did she report any of this prior to this happening? Or?
So we believe that she's located in Lebanon, and based upon the communications that we see, she didn't see the additional videos that were sent until an hour after the attack.
Corey at the AP, given the evidence that you guys found, how much more sobering is this attack now than it was the day it happened?
It's still as sobering as it was on the first day. The amazingness that we had no additional fatalities based upon what this assailant was planning to do is just a testament to the preparedness of the Temple Israel security guards. And whether, no matter what the motive, it is still something that we take very seriously, and we make sure that we can prepare for, respond, disrupt any sort of attacks like this from happening ever again.
Charlie Langton, Fox 2. And maybe for the U.S. Attorney, but did I misunderstand perhaps? This guy was getting some direction from Hezbollah? And if that's the case, that you would bring a charge of providing material support, then there must be someone else out there, maybe Hezbollah, that would face charges. Any other people involved with this?
What I was saying is that under the law, in order to prove direction and control, there's no legal difference whether a Hezbollah commander called this man and said, go do this attack, or whether this man consumed Hezbollah propaganda and heeded the call within the propaganda to go do an attack. When we have only the latter type of evidence, we charge material support. If we have evidence that another person's involved, then it's conspiracy. So what we have now is what I discussed.
No conspiracy. You don't believe there's any other person that assisted with this crime from this guy?
The information that we have up to this point is just as Special Agent Runyon said, information sufficient to charge providing material support. Thank you, sir.
Hi, Renelle Greer, Detroit Jewish News. In some of his messages to his sister, he said he was going to go and shoot as many people as he could. So were the explosives, do you know, was that just to take his own life if he cornered, or did he plan to?
So there's no way for me to fully know what was in his mind. That last video where he is basically issuing a statement of his why is, I plan to kill as many and I booby-trapped the car. And I think in his mind, he was trying to cause a mass amount of damage as quickly as possible to a set of over 100 kids who were just going to school that day. And that's the terribleness of this attack.
Okay. And also to clarify material support, you said he provided material support to Hezbollah. How does that, by doing that act of terrorism?
Yes, he provided himself just the same way a soldier would provide himself an attack. So he was the support.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Alan Lungo from Deadline Detroit. Quick question. The IDF came out with information that his brother, who was the commander in Hezbollah, was killed. Was the planning for this attack for the death of his brother, or was this precipitated by the death of his brother?
So we saw that before the death of his family, before the Iran war, the assailant was consuming pro-Hezbollah materials, was affiliated with that ideology. While the mobilization and radicalization we saw in earnest come after March 9th, it still is almost immaterial because it's a terrorist attack that had nothing against people who had nothing to do with the death of his family. It was a target attack against the Jewish community here in Michigan.
The purchase of weapons, firecrackers, was that after the death of his brother?
Yes, sir. It was on March 9th and 10th, like I laid out. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hi there, Faraz from Channel 7 ABC Detroit. A couple of questions, and I think you might have answered this, but just for safety. Do you, based on the evidence that you've collected, do you believe that the
Sector
assailant would
weather
have carried out the
Large
attack
sandstorm
even
is
without
approaching.
his family members being killed?
So our investigation has to follow the facts, and the facts in this case are very clear that he was engaging with that ideology beforehand, and there is no, and he used that material to justify his actions to target the largest temple in Michigan. And so there's no action that justifies or contextualizes this attack to make it, well, it's because of his family or not. It's a Hezbollah-inspired act of terrorism. When it happened and in the timeline of events, it still is based on this ideology and attempt to kill as many people as possible.
So are you saying that he could have been activated any time?
I'm not in his head, and I can't opine on his motives at this point in time. If he was alive, we may be able to ask that. But I've laid out the facts that we have to date, and at the end of the day, it's a Hezbollah-inspired act of terrorism that happened on March 12th.
There's also mixed messaging in terms of like if he was directly part of Hezbollah, or is it only his brothers were working for Hezbollah? Can you shed some clarity on that?
Sure. So he was inspired by Hezbollah. The FBI has not been able to independently verify if he was indeed a member of Hezbollah. Hezbollah would like to share with us their member list. That would make the FBI's job a lot easier. But at the end of the day, he was using that ideology to radicalize and justify his attack.
One last question is this case considered closed, or any of his family members being investigated or anything like that?
It's an ongoing investigation, so I'm not going to go into who else we may be looking at and talking to. We are going to continue to review all the evidence that we have, but we wanted to come today. We felt it was an appropriate time to release the motive and the evidence that we had at this time.
It's still an open case.
It's still an ongoing open investigation, yes, sir.
Hi, Heath Gallup, CBS Detroit. I'm curious, I know you mentioned that the assailant was researching Temple Israel and he had looked up stuff like what time is lunch, but is it believed that he knew that there was preschool and that there were dozens, maybe over 100 children, young children inside of the temple at the time he attacked?
I'm not able to know what he knew. I know that he researched a significant amount of pages, web pages of various Jewish centers and facilities and schools in the area, that he spent time researching the different upcoming events at Temple Israel. I have no way to know if he knew exactly who would be there that day.
Thank you.
Yep. And two more questions.
Hi, Courtney Weil, Blaze News. You said that he was not under federal investigation prior to this incident, is that correct?
Correct.
So knowing what we know now, and he did have an interaction with Customs and Border Protection back in 2019, was anything missed from that? That he was sort of not then placed on the federal radar?
I would have to defer you to CBP. I was not a part of that search. The FBI wasn't a part of that search. The FBI works diligently and proactively with all of our partners to make sure that we're aware of any potential threats. What CBP had at that time, you'd have to refer to them.
Colin Jackson, Michigan Public Radio Network. You had mentioned he had attempted to purchase a firearm from two individuals before going to a gun store. I'm wondering what questioning from those two individuals came up with and whether that background check at the gun store, if one was performed, and if that turned up any flags.
So relating to the conversations with the people we've interviewed, I'm going to leave that off the table because that's between us and the FBI and that person. But in terms of the gun check, the assailant had no previous criminal history. He was a U.S. citizen. There was nothing to flag that he should not be able in Michigan to purchase a long gun like many people in Michigan do.
And one more question, if I may. You had mentioned that this was an attack from Hezbollah, considered a Hezbollah-directed attack on U.S. soil. I'm wondering what implications that has for U.S. foreign policy and for public safety here in Michigan.
I can't speak to U.S. foreign policy. That's definitely way above my pay grade. But what I can tell you in Michigan is that we have no specific credible threats of a Hezbollah attack against Michigan at this time. The FBI works through our Joint Terrorism Task Force with all of our state, local, and federal partners. We've had great success here in Michigan, as you've witnessed on our Pumpkin Day disruption, and we continue to be proactive to do everything we can to make sure we keep the people in Michigan safe. Thank you. Okay.
One more. Thank you for taking it. His brother, is it in Lebanon or was in Lebanon?
Good question. He had two brothers that were in Lebanon.
Did either of his brothers have anything to do with the planning and him carrying out this attack?
We have no evidence of that to show that.
Thank
you. Thank you very much.
All right, just listening in there, an update from the FBI that felt it was appropriate to come out and talk more about this, as they say it was an Hezbollah-inspired act of terrorism when an individual drove through the front door of Temple Israel in West Bloomfield Township there in Michigan. And fortunate enough that no children, no teachers, no parents were injured during this attack, and they laid a little bit of the groundwork for this, saying there was a methodical attack planned by this individual, and they didn't want to get into a specific timeline of what's going on in the Middle East, but they said that it was inspired by Hezbollah propaganda. They found that on some of the devices. They also noted that this individual was not under a federal investigation prior to this attack, despite several run-ins with law enforcement, including at the border, as they're talking about this, saying federal officials say Ayman Mohammed Ghazali purchased firearms, ammunition, and gasoline ahead of a planned attack on the largest synagogue in Michigan. He fatally shot himself after exchanging gunfire with security officials. And we dove into that major story a little bit ago within the last month or so. So obviously an update there from the FBI, from local law enforcement on the ground in Michigan about this anti-Semitic attack, obviously with everything going on, the environment in which we live, the world, the conflict in the Middle East. So obviously they wanted to get into that. We're going to continue to follow it here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's quickly take us out to Fort Worth, Texas, as the police chief, Eddie Garcia, providing an update on a shooting involving an individual last week in a neighborhood last Wednesday, and they could be potentially showcasing some of the body-worn camera of this incident. Let's take you out to this live event here on Live Now from Fox.
Multiple commands to drop the weapon. Serrano ignored the officer's commands, continued walking towards the officer, and began to raise his gun. The officer fired his gun multiple times, hitting Serrano multiple times. Officers immediately provided medical aid to Serrano until the Fort Worth Fire Department arrived and transported him to a local hospital. Alejandro Serrano is still receiving medical care and is in police custody. Detectives have learned that Serrano was unrelated to the initial domestic disturbance call. Serrano has been charged with aggravated assault of a public servant and deadly conduct. Serrano had fired approximately 30 rounds in the neighborhood. 2 handguns were discovered on his person, one of which was stolen. The officer involved has been with the department for 4 years and is assigned to the Northwest Patrol. The officer is on critical incident leave, which is routine during this type of incident. Detectives from the major case unit are continuing the investigation along with internal affairs. We recognize the seriousness of police shootings and are committed to transparent and thorough investigations, which is why we work closely with the Tarrant County DA's office. The shooting is not only a reminder of the dangers police officers face, but also the dangers of illegal gunfire. Illegal gunfire puts lives at risk across our city. We urge residents to report gunfire immediately. Your calls for help officers respond quickly, prevent further violence, and keep our neighborhoods safe. Injury or loss of life is never our intended outcome. However, this individual's actions, placing the community at risk, my officer at risk, and failing to follow commands led to this outcome. Whatever reasoning this individual had for putting a neighborhood at risk, I don't know. But gunfire in our neighborhoods is not random, nor do we see it as celebratory. My men and women see it as a violent crime. Please think twice. Don't put yourselves or my officers at risk, as this could very well be the outcome. Switch over to Spanish now. El día jueves, 25 de marzo.
All right, just listening in there, Eddie Garcia, Fort Worth Police Chief, providing an update on this officer-involved shooting that took place there in this neighborhood last week. So we are following it closely here on Live Now from Fox as he transitions into Spanish. They potentially could be showing some of that here in just a little bit, the body-worn camera of this incident that took place last week, as they're giving an update on what happened. As Eddie Garcia, the shooting happened about 9:30 last Wednesday. Officers called to Bonita Drive in the River Oaks neighborhood because of a domestic disturbance. Doorbell camera on a neighbor's home captured the shocking video of what happened as Fox 4 stopped the video on their website prior to the incident, prior to the shots being fired. According to department officials, officers ordered the suspect to drop the weapon when the man ignored commands and began advancing toward them. An officer opened fire, striking them. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's quickly take you back out to Fort Worth, Texas. Eddie Garcia there providing an update on this officer-involved shooting from last week. Let's listen in to it live.
La razón que habría tenido este individual para poner riesgo en un vecindario. Sin embargo, los disparos en nuestros barrios no son aleatorios, ni tampoco los consideramos un acto de celebración. Mis hombres y mujeres los ven como un delito violento. Por favor, piénselo 2 veces y no se pongan en riesgo a ustedes mismos ni a mis oficiales, ya que este podría ser muy probablemente el desenlace. And with that, we'll look at some body cam and I'll take some questions.
911, what's the address of the emergency? From Bonita Drive, there's a shooting. How many shots did you hear? About 4 rounds of 10 at a time. Fort Worth 911, what is the address of the emergency? Hey, there is shooting outside our house. Okay, what's the address? Okay, repeat the address. They're arguing. Okay. And I can hear. How many shots have you heard? Oh my God, this is the third time they already. Is anyone saying that they need help? I have no idea. I can hear them arguing. Okay. It's like maybe 3-4 houses from ours. How many shots did you hear? How many? Yeah. Maybe 10, 15, maybe 20. Okay. Okay, give me 1 second. We're having officers check out multiple locations because we've gotten multiple calls about this. Yes.
Drop the gun! David, you have a cold shell. Cold, drop the gun! Put it down right now, get on the ground! Shot fired. Let's get another junkie up on his armpit on the left.
Okay, with that, open up to questions.
Did he point the gun at the officer? Is that what was highlighted?
That's what was highlighted. He moved the gun in the direction of the officer.
We heard about 8 to 10 shots fired from the officer. Do we know about how many were was the suspect struck by?
He was struck. He was struck multiple times.
We don't have an exact number.
Well, I'm not going to put that out. He was struck multiple times.
And are you publicly sharing the name of the officer that was involved?
We'll work on that through the process through PIOs.
In the original press release, it was said that this suspect received immediate care. It is a little hard to see from the video, but perhaps you can explain when, especially on the home surveillance video that we first got, it seems like officer flips him over. Are handcuffs placed on him and then he's given medical aid? Because it doesn't seem immediate.
So when someone has a firearm, the officer was in defense in their life, it's immediate in our terms because the suspect doesn't get handcuffed. What you did not see in this case is the suspect had a second firearm that was holstered, which is what the importance is of officers ensuring that the individual is handcuffed. So that is common practice. You are handcuffed first and then given medical aid. So for us, it's immediate because we have to ensure that our officers are safe, the rest of the community is safe. And in this case, precisely was the reason why you handcuff first, because this individual, the firearm he shot was not the only firearm that was on his person, which is the reason why he was taken into custody before medical aid is able to be given. It's got to be given safely, and giving medical aid to an unsecured suspect who had just shown a propensity for violence is not smart.
So just to be clear, the first calls came in for disturbance, right? And none of the calls specified that there was a man in the middle of the street, arm firing like that.
No, there were calls. The initial call that the officers were responding to is a domestic call. This individual was unrelated to that call, but there were calls that were coming into dispatch regarding an individual such as this in the area shooting randomly.
What do we know about his condition now? You mentioned that he's still in the hospital. Is he critical? Is he stable?
He's stable.
He's stable. And in our, just talking to community members, they had identified this guy as someone who had been a nuisance before. Are you able to shed any light on his past? And if y'all had responded or had any interaction with this individual?
We have had interactions with him before, and so he was known to us. Obviously, what we didn't know at the time, but he was known to law enforcement.
Algo que los vecinos me platicaron era que el individuo tiene problemas mentales. ¿Es por la razón que ustedes tienen historial con él?
Eso es lo que tenemos también. Tenemos que tenía problemas mental, él. No es una razón hacer lo que estaba haciendo, pero sí, teníamos llamadas con él, con cosas mental que tenía él.
¿Y la llamada inicial no era nada que ver con él?
La llamada inicial no tenía nada que ver con él, pero cuando los oficiales estaban yendo a la llamada que iban a ir, las llamadas estaban midiendo la ciudad de esta persona disparando en la calle.
¿Pero en la misma calle o en otra calle, perdón?
Ahí en la área.
Can I shed some light on the English?
I'm sorry.
The history of mental health one again.
He has a history of mental health issues, yes.
Jefe, ¿qué puedes decir? Muchas veces las personas nos escriben a nosotros de la situación con los disparos al aire. ¿Puedes hablar de que precisamente aquí lo vimos, él estaba en el medio de la calle, poniendo las vidas en riesgo, pero para las personas que quizá todavía no tienen, que deciden no llamar, porque a menos de que sea algo contundente, la policía pues no lo atiende como una prioridad de que están disparando al aire. ¿Cambia eso un poco después de esto que estamos viendo? ¿O qué puedes decir?
Y como dije anterior, esto es un problema que no solamente está aquí en Fort Worth. Está durante aquí, en todas las ciudades que tenemos aquí, que la gente está disparando en las calles así. Pero sí.
All right, just listening in. Eddie Garcia continuing to switch between English and Spanish here on Live Now from Fox, taking questions from the media about this officer-involved shooting. They say the individual is in stable condition. So they talked about not only having the weapon that they were brandishing, but there was another weapon on their person. That's why they didn't receive that medical aid until after they were put into custody, after they were handcuffed, to make sure that law enforcement was safe and secure in this incident. So we're just going to listen in here briefly for a little bit longer, potentially get more English questions about this incident that happened in a neighborhood last Wednesday in the Fort Worth area there in north central Texas. Let's just continue to listen in here briefly on Live Now.
Queremos dar a nuestra comunidad que no se riegan a ellos, ni a mis oficiales, ni el resto de la comunidad haciendo cosas así.
Y una última pregunta, perdón. El video el último que dice Witness Video, esa familia que presenció eso tan impactante, ¿se le ofrece algún tipo de ayuda a través de la ciudad? No sé, porque es algo tan traumático.
A nosotros nos pueden llamar, podemos darle información a donde pueden encontrar ayuda, pero también es bien importante para nosotros el video que tenemos.
All right, just listening in, Eddie Garcia continuing to provide an update here on Live Now from Fox of this officer-involved shooting there in the Fort Worth area. All right, we're going to continue to dive into the latest with that major story. Another shooting took place at a school in the Austin area. We'll provide an update on that in just a little bit. But a couple Live Now looks right now in Washington, D.C. at the White House here on this Monday. Comments from the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt discussing the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. And also coming up in several days, all eyes on Space Coast, all eyes on Artemis 2 as the first window set to begin at 6:24 Eastern Time on April the 1st, the first potential launch opportunity for this lunar flyby, this historic event. We'll keep our eyes on this. We'll discuss that and more here on Live Now from Fox after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. Mere days away from this historic lunar flyby as NASA, the Artemis II program, set to go smoke and fire as early as April the 1st at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. A live look right now there at the rocket on the launch pad, set to lift off, head around the moon, get a vantage that no other human has ever seen before returning to planet Earth. It's a 10-day, 600,000-mile journey, and obviously they make sure they're checking all the boxes before they go lift off here, and they're kind of keeping their eye also on the skies. The weather is a key factor, a potential challenge in and of itself. Let's take us out right now. Brandy Campbell prepares us for this Artemis II launch and what it could mean for the entire Artemis program that is trying to get to Mars as well.
It is almost time for the Artemis II launch, and I'm so excited to attend it. I'm here in New Orleans, about to fly into Florida to cover it live, but before I left, I had to show you guys this massive model of the Artemis rocket.
It's here because parts of the Artemis Space Launch System and crew module were produced in New Orleans at the NASA Michoud Assembly Facility, also known as America's Rocket Factory. People see this as they leave the airport to head into the Big Easy, and hopefully this week they'll be finding a place to watch the launch. So let's get into that. This is the second Artemis mission, but the first to have humans on board, sending 4 astronauts around the Earth and then around the moon for a test flight. They'll be traveling farther than humans have ever gone into deep space. On Friday, the astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen flew NASA jets to get to the Kennedy Space Center. They are continuing to quarantine right now, but spoke with media on Sunday. I asked what their mindset has been like since arriving in Florida and now going into launch.
When those engines light, this thing is moving out. So it's surreal. I almost want to say, though, I just feel relaxed. It's good to be here. We've trained for this, and we're ready to go.
My family arrived yesterday, and so now I'm not gonna, sit in my room and just study. I'm actually going to just clear my headspace so that we're ready on launch day.
We're well prepared. We're so fortunate to have an extraordinary team behind us that put us in a place where I just feel ready to go.
Think of it as a train. We are on the train right now. The system is going to get us all the way into that capsule and is going to get us launched and out to space, and our job is just to do what we've been trained for and let the training take over. So just remembering that we're here to fulfill that mission, that is what contributes to what they say, and I found it to be true. The astronauts are the calmest people on launch day, and I feel that within our group ever since we've gotten here.
Our coverage will continue live in Florida this week, but of course, we're going to speak with the experts working on the Artemis mission and dial in on the weather factor. I'm bringing you behind the scenes into the 45th Weather Squadron's Operations Center as a launch weather officer shares how Mother Nature can impact launch and what they have to look out for. And of course, we're going to talk with those traveling in to see it happen in person along the coast of Florida. So tune in to Fox Weather. We'll be one of your sources for the latest updates and, of course, how weather could impact this launch. The first launch window opens 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this Wednesday. I cannot wait to take you guys with me to watch it happen live. For now in New Orleans, I am Brandy Campbell for Fox Weather. I'll see you in Florida.
All right, thank you so much, Brandy, for that. This is happening there in Space Coast, and they say it's an 80% go in terms of weather as the 4-person crew will launch on a mission to fly around the moon in this Orion capsule that is currently perched atop the 322-foot orange and white rocket waiting at Kennedy Space Center. And this is the live look right now as, again, just a few days away from this first launch opportunity at 6:24 on April the 1st. Let's bring in the conversation for more on this, on what we're looking with this Artemis II launch, and just to give us some historic to it. We're going to be joined right now by Leonard David, a reporter of the space industry, chronicling some of these expeditions beyond the horizon for more than 5 decades. He's also written several books published by National Geographic, Moonrush, The New Space Race, as well as Mission to Mars, My Vision for Space Exploration, co-authored by Moonwalker Buzz Aldrin. Leonard, thank you so much for joining us. This is a historic lunar flyby. Expectations are very exciting. What are we looking forward to most from Artemis II?
Well, first of all, I feel like I'm 13 years old now.
I'm telling you, I'm getting out there, but this is historic. It is historic to get back to the moon after 1972 with Apollo 17. You know, we haven't been back to the moon in quite a while. And this crew, Artemis 2, 4 people, 1 Canadian, the other NASA astronauts. It's an amazing time. And I'm excited and also worried.
Yeah, and obviously there are so many challenges for this, Leonard, so many boxes to check in terms of this. What's the biggest challenge they faced? They did a run through, they did the unmanned Artemis 1 launch. It did get pushed back several times, but as you imagine, some of these trial and error factors. What are the big challenges? What are the big hurdles they need to overcome to have a successful Artemis 2 mission?
Well, it's like every human launch. It's launch, getting out of the Earth orbit, on the way to the moon, coming back, screaming back at 25,000 miles an hour, re-entering the Earth's atmosphere and make sure the heat shield's fine. There's some really interesting issues. We've never had humans on top of this, like you just said, the huge launch vehicle. So it's exciting. And the thing that's in the background of all this, and it's the Trump administration and Congress, China is coming. This is a space race.
Yeah, and obviously the race to get to the moon, but potentially also beyond, because Artemis, they're trying to kind of scope out a location on the moon to set up a kind of gateway, a springboard to what's beyond in terms of that. How pivotal is this mission? Is this Artemis 2 to having that international sensation on the moon, a potential landing there in the near future, potentially 2028? How critical is this mission for that?
It is critical. I mean, this is our one-upmanship in the global community. This is a time when NASA is going to show what it has to offer. We have a new NASA administrator doing a great job of promoting moon exploration, setting up a new lunar base, a base on the moon. This is what China wants to do. It is exciting. It is a time for America to take it all in and embrace an adventure that we haven't seen for 53 years.
Yeah, it hasn't been happening since 1972, and those Apollo missions obviously strike a chord with such a strong generation there. I do want to ask about this 4-person crew, because we talk about it, a 10-day journey, 600,000 miles, going some 250,000 miles away from planet Earth, the furthest humans have ever been beyond our horizons. What are they looking at the moon? What vantage point can they help NASA to scope out a potential moon base?
Well, given the launch time and date, I'm not sure it may not happen on April 1st. We have a solar storm going on in the middle of all this right now. That's pretty interesting to watch. They may delay. They may go on April 1st. I'm never keen on April Fool's Day, which makes me very nervous. But it is a new footprint in human exploration to the moon. So I think what I anticipate is a very nerve-wracking time for a kid that grew up in the Apollo and Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo program. And it's a nail-biter. These 4 people are going, like you just said, more distance than anybody's ever gone and come back to Earth, and I hope it all goes well, because it is a political and diplomatic and a space exploration NASA moment of truth.
Yeah, and obviously everyone hopes the endeavor goes so well. You mentioned some of the previous programs, the previous missions. Apollo was the one that took us there to the moon back in the most recent in 1972. Are there any similarities or dissimilarities that you notice between the two programs? Can they overlap in any way?
Well, yes, there is a lot of dissimilarities. I mean, Apollo, they had computers that were very chintzy on memory. And now we have all these new advanced systems on board. The Lockheed Martin built Orion capsule. One thing that you should be watching is how well this spacecraft operates en route to the moon. It may have problems, and that's why this mission is so important, to shake out that spacecraft. And who knows what issues may crop up. But, I'm not saying it's Apollo 13, revisited, but it's going to take mission control in Houston to flesh out all the issues that are going to crop up. There's got to be some. And let's hope that the astronauts, NASA, and the technology is up to snuff.
Yeah, you mentioned also the space weather, and they're an 80% go for weather back here on planet Earth, a little bit closer to the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
In terms of the space weather, how challenging is that? And can you give us a little bit of a specific on what exactly space weather is? Because we typically don't deal with that. I know people study it and it's out there, but what is it and how might it factor this mission?
Well, I'm going to be a reporter in large here and say, go to my newspace.com story that's up this morning on space weather and why we have to watch this. The sun is acting up as of this morning, and I'm not sure it's going to cause a delay or not, but it's something that the radiation people in the Artemis program have looked at, and there's actually kind of a scenario where the astronauts have to kind of deep dive into the Orion capsule to make sure they don't get irradiated by some kind of solar flares. So it's really the whole thing is a great moment in American space flight. It's also, in my view, a crapshoot about how well all this is going to work together. And let's hope for the best.
Yeah, and obviously there's so many different systems operating in unison to make this all very much a success. And kind of comparison to Apollo, where the technology you mentioned, it was obviously where it was back in the 1970s. How much control do the astronauts have, and how much will they rely on mission command? Because they will go dark at one point, potentially beyond the lunar surface. How much are they in control of this rocket, of this Orion spacecraft?
Well, the Orion spacecraft, the way, if everything goes on track, they're going to go on the far side of the moon and look at an area of the far side of the moon that the Apollo astronauts weren't afforded. So they have really trained for looking at new things on the far side of the moon that will be very interesting to scientific researchers. On the other hand, we got a long way to go. I really don't want to shortchange this mission, but this is a prelude to a long, aggressive, Artemis program that is going to lead to a human long-term Antarctica-like base on the moon. And so, too, is China. China has the same vision about the future. So we are in a really dynamic and exciting point in time about human exploration of space.
And I think they laid the timeline out. I believe it was 2028 or so that they're trying to potentially get back onto the moon, to land on the lunar surface. In your eyes, is that timeline feasible? Is it necessary potentially in this space race?
I think it's a puzzle piece. I think, America's Artemis program is a puzzle piece. We're going to see, the last time I looked, you need a lander to get on the moon if you're landing. And we're not there yet. And so all this is happening in real time. SpaceX, Elon Musk, and Jeff Bezos with the Blue Origin program, they're working hard to accelerate their plans to provide a lander so astronauts can get down, U.S. astronauts on the moon. But while we're talking, China is very busy on their own program. So it's a great time to be alive. It's a great moment.
Is that the biggest challenge in your eyes, landing on the moon, obviously having that lunar lander, because we talk about this 322-foot kind of rocket there set to go smoke and fire potentially in a couple days. Is it the takeoff? Is it potentially the trip around the moon? Is it the landing on the moon? What's the most challenging portion of this entire program?
All of it. Everything. Everything you just said. It's challenging. We haven't done this in a long time. Let's get on with it and see how the technology works for us and what problems we encounter. We were very good on learning as we went in the Apollo program and fixing things. And that's where American government and the private sector can really help out. Let's do it. Let's get on with it. And let's move on to Mars.
Yeah, that is the big goal out there on the horizon. And my last question before I let you go, because at the outset you said it makes you feel like you're 13 years old. And this is a very unique four-person crew, these astronauts. And this from the specialist Christina Koch saying it's our strong hope that this Artemis mission is the start of a new era where every person on Earth can look at it and think it is also a destination, talking about the moon and beyond. How inspired should people be, and what will you kind of be feeling if this happens on Wednesday?
It's the 21st century. I'm a guy that grew up in the 20th century with Apollo. It's time to move on. This is your moment. If you love space exploration, this is your time. This is your program. Let's make it happen. There will be issues, there will be problems, as they were in 1960s, and let's solve them and move forward.
All right, very good. Leonard, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, your insight, your expertise. I know you're going to be watching, as all of us here live now will be as well. Thanks again for joining us.
I have a heart monitor on.
I think everyone watching it probably feels similar with those heart palpitations. So thanks again.
Okay.
All right, great conversation there, breaking it all down, Artemis 2. And we're expecting an update from the NASA crew here in about 15 or so minutes. Another briefing of what we're expecting in the coming days. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here too. Live now from Fox, I'm Andy Mack. About 15 minutes away from another NASA update on this Artemis 2 mission, this lunar flyby. The first opportunity for this four-person crew to launch will be April the 1st at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And this is historic, as they haven't had a mission similar to this since the 1970s, so the better part of 50 years. A live look right now as they rolled out this 322-foot rocket with this Orion capsule on top earlier within the month, as the crew's first launch window is several days. Mission managers have several more launch opportunities through April the 6th. During a briefing yesterday, mission managers said the launch preparations are going smoothly. They were not dealing with any technical issues that might threaten a Wednesday attempt, but potentially weather. They're 80% go for that right now. They're also monitoring some space weather out there that could cause a few headaches as well. A live look right now at the White House in Washington, D.C., as well as we talked to Leonard David about this space race that is instrumental to the United States, the Trump administration, as well as they're also trying to get on the moon, a lunar lander there in 2028. That is the timeline set out by NASA moving forward. All right, we're monitoring all of this here on Live Now from Fox. Also a live look at the markets, up some 50 points. It was an up and then slightly down at the end day as the investors, the market, still concerned about the ongoing developments in the Middle East, concerned about some of what's going on with the energy artery there and the energy trade, that commodity. Let's take us out, though, to another breaking news, developing story out of Central Texas in Austin, as we're learning a student at Bulverde High School shot a teacher and turned the gun on himself. This, according to the county sheriff's office. Let's take you out to the most recent update here on Live Now from Fox.
All right. I'd like to welcome y'all to the Comal County Sheriff's Office and thank y'all for all being here this afternoon. Think y'all are all aware of what happened, but we are going to take a few moments to share with you what happened and what has transpired and where things stand at the moment. So this morning there was a school shooting that occurred at the campus of Hill Country Preparatory College in the Bulverde area of Comal County. A teacher was shot and she has been transported to the hospital. We do not know the status of her condition at this time. The shooter, a 15-year-old male student, died at the scene. We are still working out there. It's still a live scene under investigation. And I want to be very clear, this situation was contained very, very quickly. So immediately responding deputy sheriffs with the Comal County Sheriff's Office, the Bulverde Police Department. I had phone calls from the Texas Rangers. There was a constable in the area. So there was a multiple unit response. There is no ongoing, nor was there at the time, threat to students, staff, or the public at the time of the shooting once the shooter shot themselves. Our deputies responded immediately alongside the Bulverde Police Department, Comal County Precinct 2, and other agencies, and the Rangers, the Texas Rangers, are assisting with this investigation. And I do want to say this. So when this was occurring this morning, we got multiple telephone calls from multiple agencies reaching out, offering their assistance. I got a phone call from the FBI. I know that Chief Jones got phone calls from the Rangers. I got a call from Congressman Roy asking if there was anything that we needed. And I know with everything, with incidents like this that occur in the state of Texas, it's nice that you get that kind of a telephone call that asks you what you need. School was placed on lockdown right away to protect everyone on the campus, and the students were safely transported to Spring Branch Middle School. So Bulverde Middle School, and reunited with their families. So the kids are removed. There's approximately 250 kids on that particular campus. They're moved to a place of safety, and then what we have called reunification, where we put the correct child back with the correct family member. Also, I'm very proud to say this kind of response doesn't happen by accident. It's the result of training, coordination, and people who are committed to protecting this community. We showed today what preparation and commitment look like, and we will continue to stand ready for this community every single day. We have been doing these exercises in Comal ISD and NBISD for years for this kind of response. So I want to recognize every person who responded today, law enforcement, EMS, Comal ISD personnel, school staff, administrators, and all who played a role in making sure the students were safe. That's our priority one, students, faculty. They stepped into a very difficult situation and handled it with professionalism and care. But beyond this response, we need to acknowledge the human side of this. And this is our community. These are our schools, these are our students, these are our teachers, and these are all families that most of them will reside in Comal County. What happened today is something no community ever wants to face, but we prepare for something that we hope never occurs. And this was a frightening morning for many parents and families because of the number of phone calls that we got here at the Sheriff's Office. But I want the parents and the kinfolks of these children that were on this campus to know your kids, your children were protected and they were safe. And we will continue to have a presence as needed while we work through the next steps. This remains an active investigation as we work to understand all the circumstances surrounding what happened. And we will share additional information as it is confirmed. I also want to thank the public for your patience today. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon when we're all meeting, and this all occurred in the 9 o'clock hour. But you have to understand this morning when everything is filed to do the reunification and take care of things what needed to be taken care of the school. But I want to thank you for relying on official information and helping us to keep rumors from spreading, because everybody in this room knows what I don't know and I don't hear officially, I make up. So thank you for taking the time to actually come and find out what actually happened. And our focus now is on supporting those affected and continuing to keep our community safe. I want everybody to know our thoughts and prayers are with the teacher and her family as we hope that her recovery and her condition is good. This is a strong community and we take care of each other, and we will get through this together, and we'll keep you updated as information comes available. So I want to thank y'all for being here. And with that, that is our statement.
Have any additional questions, Commissioner?
Wow, I was prepared for one, so I'm sorry. I'm just going to start in the front row. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so is there any indication of the relationship between the teacher and the student? Was the teacher the student's teacher? What did she teach?
I think that's part of our investigation right now as far as what was their question. Is that his teacher? And I think that's part of the ongoing investigation. So I don't know that we are releasing that at this present time.
Follow-up, is there any indication of who the firearm belonged to? Was it registered? Are y'all talking to the student's parents?
So during the and I'm never one that's going to back down from a difficult question, but during the reunification process, that student's parents and kinfolks were in the reunification line. And so that's partly part of our investigation, and some of the questions were asked of where the firearm came from. So at this present time, it would be part of the open investigation. We couldn't reveal that right now. But as more information comes out, we will. So, all right. Yes, ma'am.
There was a little confusion this morning, but there were initially reports of the shooting happening near the campus, but then we learned later that it was on campus. Can you kind of speak to a little bit of that confusion there?
Yes, ma'am. So the calls that came in, and there were multiple calls, and so you not only have 911, but you have people calling the Sheriff's Office Communication Center. So when you plot the address of Hill Country Preparatory College into 911, it comes back as being in the city limits of Bulverde. So you've got their responding units, but of course it's still in the county. But when you plot it in the 911 map, while the address for the driveway comes back to the city of New Braunfels, the actual school sits in the county. But you had multiple agency response. The confusion there was you have some leadership from a different agency that were on scene that were basically telling everybody we've got everything we need. So Now it's in the proper hands of the proper authorities with the proper, investigating agency in here, and we'll take care of everything we need and fully investigate this whole situation. Yes, ma'am.
Where did the shooting initially occur? Or was it in some building outside or out on the campus? Do you know?
Sorry?
On campus. Is what we know right now.
I don't think at this present time we want to get into the full details of like where everything was, but what on campus. But there will be follow-up, I'm sure, after this that we can release more. Yes, ma'am.
Kind of a two-part question. Were there any warning signs that you know with your students, and also did the shooting happen amongst other students?
As far as the warning signs, I couldn't answer that at the present because that it's something that we're talking to. I'm sure we're going to be talking to other students, talking to the faculty, we'll be talking to the family. But I will tell you that there are multiple students on campus with faculty and that's part of, this is still a live scene. You have people out there, but we're trying to collect as much information as we can from witnesses. But some of the witnesses were reunified with their families, so this will continue on.
Did the student try to shoot at others, and how did he shoot that?
So the student shot the teacher, and then what we believe, and we're investigating right now, but it looks as though the student turned the gun on himself and shot himself.
Immediately thereafter? Or?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
We understand that there is a deputy presence at Springwood Drive. Is this related to the shooter's home, or is it being investigated?
I'm going to say that as part of the ongoing investigation, I'm not going to, at this present time, I'm not going to release where the shooter is. Because
We'll take one more.
Yes, sir. Reunification, how long did it take? You had to move all the kids and then you're making the notifications.
All right, just listening in there to this update from the sheriff in this county talking about this incident, this shooting at a school and a teacher is shot. They're unsure of the exact condition of this individual at this moment. They wouldn't release many details as it is a very much ongoing investigation. They talked about the Bulverde Middle School, that being the reunification center for this small institution there in that portion of Central Texas. I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Almost 5 o'clock on the East Coast as we're expecting an update on Artemis 2, this historic lunar flyby that has the first opportunity to launch on Wednesday. A live look right now, the 322-foot rocket sitting idle on this launch pad for the time being as it rolled out there within the last several weeks. The 4-person crew anticipating this as Artemis 1 was unmanned. Artemis 2 distinctly different as it will have a 4-person crew and a very unique group of individuals aboard this, set to go smoke and fire around the lunar surface, the far side of the moon, further than any humans have ever been before returning to Earth. And this from the Artemis 2 mission specialist, Christina Koch, saying it's our strong hope that this Artemis mission is the start of an era where every person on Earth can look at it and think of it as also a destination. Let's take us out right now. This is what the 4-person crew had to say yesterday, anticipating this launch.
It takes courageous leadership to go and set a vision, a bold vision. Kennedy did it in the 60s, and we reaped huge rewards, and we feel like we're at the cusp of this happening again on an international stage.
But just to be able to observe the moon and cosmic phenomena with human eyes up close, and, to see things like the lunar regolith, we think of it as monochrome or, black and white or gray, and there's olivine, which is green, and pyroxene, which is gray or brown, and so we can get close to see some of those minerals in the regolith up there that add color, and that is one of the things that I'm really looking forward to, is being closer and seeing some of that detail.
I think of it as a train. We are on the train right now. The system is going to get us all the way into that capsule and is going to get us launched and out to space. And our job is just to do what we've been trained for and let the training take over.
We're well prepared. We're so fortunate to have an extraordinary team behind us that put us in a place where I just feel ready to go.
All right, ready to go, that 4-person crew. Let's take us out right now to this live update from NASA, providing the last-minute details on this Artemis II mission around the moon.
Mission management team, and Emily Nelson, Chief Flight Director. We'll be taking questions shortly from media here in the room and through our phone bridge, but before we get started, we will kick it off with some opening remarks from our panel. Amit.
Afternoon. Let's see, we just wrapped up our L-2 mission management team review and the team pulled go to proceed towards the planned April 1st launch attempt. The MMT walked through the usual readiness items, vehicle status, ground systems, flight hardware, and the integrated launch operations timeline. We also reviewed the most recent engineering assessments, program level preparedness, and any open items from early reviews, in particular the agency FRR. After thoroughly walking through each of these areas, the team concluded that everything continues to look good and there are no issues preventing us from pressing ahead at this point. As we enter the pre-launch phase, the teams are in a strong posture and the mission remains on track. Over the last 10 weeks, the agency has prepared a crewed lunar test vehicle for flight and also restructured the program that it belongs to. This was done deliberately. A crew that understands the campaign flies with greater purpose. A workforce that sees the road ahead holds a higher standard. This flight and the future reinforce each other. This is how Apollo worked, and this is how we will work. Through all of it, this signal of truth and rigor came through clean from the teams working on the machine to the decision makers. Nobody lost focus. Nobody cut a corner. The people in this room and in the control rooms and on the pad and at every center across the agency, you are all instrumental. The skills that you carry, the judgment you have built, the knowledge you hold, these are the things that are in the lifeblood of the agency. This mission is going to fly on Wednesday because you are here. As I said, the vehicle's ready, the system is ready, the crew is ready, and behind this flight stands a campaign. Landings, a lunar base, a nuclear propulsion into deep space. That begins, not ends, with what happens on Wednesday evening. I have complete confidence in this team and the NASA workforce. For everybody else, 53 years ago, humanity left the moon and did not return. Now we go back. The great challenges of the last century were won not in the command centers alone, but in our factories, where the industrial might of free nations built the instruments of progress. This challenge of expanding the frontier will be won the same way, by the craftsmen, the engineers, and the industries of free nations building together what no nation can build alone. And for all the children watching that are going to watch Artemis II, you need to hear us. An optimistic vision of the future is not naive. It is buildable. So when you watch Artemis II, think about it. When it lands, come and build it with us. With that, I'll hand it over to the launch director.
Thanks, Amit. Appreciate that. It is really good to be here in the room with you today. And I think I said this when we came over for wet dress. I said I really enjoy being here because generally it's something big is getting ready to happen. So thanks for all of you for being here today, and thanks for coming along with us on this journey and helping to tell our story. I am thrilled to say that our countdown clock picked up just a little bit ago and began counting at 4:44 p.m. So while many of us have felt for the last several days and weeks and even months that we have a countdown clock and we were moving toward a targeted launch date, now the countdown clock shows that. And we are just about 2 days away from our targeted launch date. Our team has worked extremely hard to get us to this moment, and I am so very proud of the work that they have done. When we went through wet dress, the rollback, turning the vehicle around, getting back out to the pad, and then performing to plan, and really being ahead of plan as we rolled into this weekend. I think Sean mentioned yesterday that we rolled back out on the 20th. And since we've been back out at the pad over these last 10 or so days, we've got all of our planned work is complete. Launch countdown preps are complete. We had all of them essentially done on Saturday. Emergency egress system is configured, ready to go. Crew access arm configured. We are now into, like I said, our launch countdown operations. So we'll power up Orion a little bit later this evening, and then core stage a little bit later after that. And then ICP GPS will follow. We'll begin the configurations of the vehicle, the checkouts that we do prior to getting deeper into our countdown, and all of this will take us over the next day or so. We do have our air to GN2 changeover will happen early in the morning on the 1st, and as you know, that kind of sets the pace for when we can tank the vehicle. Our LD go for cryo load is at 0734. We did put a new hold, or we extended the hold a little bit in the countdown just before tanking. So if the work is done and the team is ready, we may tank a little bit before that. We'll make that decision on console. But the tanking is planned for 0734, and that puts us, if everything goes to plan, with all stages replenished and the closeout crew ready to head to the White Room somewhere after 1 o'clock. Our flight crew will depart the ONC just before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we'll count down. We'll get them in the ship. We'll do comm checks, make sure all of that's good, get the crew module configured, and we will count down to our T-minus 10-minute hold. Once we finish up that 30-minute hold and all systems are go, we'll pick up the count and we'll count down to our T0. So that's a little bit about our milestones and kind of where we are. It is an exciting time. It's an exciting time for this team and our crew and really our nation and the world. So we'll, as many have said, even yesterday and as we talk about in all of our management meetings, we'll fly when this hardware is ready. We'll see if it's ready to go in just a couple of days. But certainly all indications are right now we are in excellent shape as we get into count. And with that, I'll hand it over to John.
Thank you, Charlie. Let's see. It's L-2. Glad to be back with you folks. Amit gave you a good overview of the L-2 mission management team meeting today, so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about why we do it and what the process is. So it's an important checkpoint following the agency flight readiness review. It's not intended to be a rerun of the flight readiness review. Rather, it's a chance for us to get together and do three things. It's walk through the work that we've closed since FRR, walk through the work that we're still doing, and then discuss any new issues that are out there. So today we took a focused, disciplined look at to validate the work we've done and make sure that the path to the next milestone is clean, deliberate, and fully aligned. Before we polled the mission management team for go, we had a verbal roundtable allowing all the program managers and advisors an opportunity to ask any remaining questions. There were none. Before I polled the team, we took about a 10-minute break. I like to do that to let folks that are might be a little bit intimidated, get questions to folks that are willing to speak up on their behalf. We got folks to get back together. Again, there were no questions, and then finally we conducted the readiness poll and for launch operations, and we had full concurrence, and we were a go. So with that, I'll turn it over to Emily.
Thank you, John. And again, I'll thank everybody for coming. We really appreciate your support. Our teams in Mission Control and our crew members have spent the last over a year, 2 years, dedicated to training for this particular mission, developing all of the products associated with this flight, and they are ready to go. Our crew members, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, they've spent the last couple of days here at the Cape since they got here on Friday, getting an opportunity for some rest before we work them very hard. They are getting an opportunity to spend some time with their families. Tomorrow they'll get a few last-minute briefings and meetings with some of the team before they head into launch day, as Charlie spelled out for you. As we come to this really exciting moment, the opportunity is immense for us to finally get the opportunity to send our crew farther than anyone's gone before. And it's an incredible moment for the Artemis generation, and we're excited and we are ready to press. I got the opportunity to talk with Reed earlier today, and when the teams are ready and when the spacecraft is ready, the crew is ready and excited to go. So with that, I'll hand it back over to Courtney.
All right, we will go ahead and kick off our Q&A portion of the briefing. If you have a question here in the room, please raise your hand and we will get the microphone over to you. We'll start right here in the front.
Hi, thank you for being here with us today. And my name is Jim Siegel. I'm with Florida Media Now, and I'm curious about the kinds of cargo, whether it is food or experiments or whatever, that have been loaded on the spacecraft last. And when was that? And if there is a delay in launching for, say, a week or two, does any of that cargo have to be replaced? Thank you.
I can take that. Our turnover for our last stow, so we do have a stow in launch countdown. It happens somewhere between about L-30 and about L-24. We have the Avatar that will go in, and of course that is provides us insight into effects on tissue. We also have the zero gravity indicator, and then some other late stow items. Like we have 4 bags that are going in, and then certainly if we end up in an extended scrub, then there are change-outs associated with some of that. And that's pretty standard for our timelines. We look at all of our scrub schedules. We have destow and restow ops.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll take another question here in the room. Let's go right here.
Hi, Ken Kramer, Space Up Close. Thank you. Thanks for all the work that you're doing. It's fantastic. My question is for Amit. Since you mentioned the future architecture a little bit, I'm curious, you guys were planning to do uncrewed test flights of these lunar landers, the human landers, about a year ahead of time in the past. I'd like to know what is the plan now? How is that all going to work out?
Still going to do those. We still need to make sure we can land robotically with those machines before we decide to commit the crew to them, but we're trying to get early data on the life support systems, the rest of their systems ahead of time, which is why we want to do Earth orbit activity to make sure we can shake that out while they're concurrently pressing towards doing landing attempts as well. So we haven't taken that off the plan.
When will it be?
Right now, we're planning on uncrewed landings next year in 27. We're working with the vendors to bring those in. I think that's been the baseline plan for a little while. We think we can hold to that, but again, it's going to depend on a lot of milestones coming up, like propellant transfer, et cetera. So that's we're working with them to do everything we can to get side by side with them to help them. But we have to land uncrewed before we're willing to commit the crew to a landing mission. Yep.
Okay, we'll take one more in the room right here, and then we'll head to our phone bridge.
Yes, Frederic Castel with France 24 Television. You mentioned that the crew was resting with a family. Is there something similar, like the beach house they had in the past, have been to the beach or something of this kind? Thank you.
Yes, this evening they'll get the opportunity to have dinner with their families at the beach house. So they've gotten to spend most of today with their families, and tonight they happen to be at the beach house.
Okay, we'll head over to our phone bridge. Our next question is from Bill Harwood with CBS News.
Yeah, hi. I've got a really trivial question for Emily. A lot of folks are calling this a 10-day mission, and the flight plan that I've seen shows it a 9-day, 1 hour, and 40-something minute mission. And I just wonder if you'd set the record straight. Do you round up 9 days, 1 hour to 10? Or should we be calling this a 9-day mission? Thanks.
So we're going to keep calling it a 10-day mission. In general, though, if we launch on the 1st, we're going to land probably on the 10th. I don't want to dare the space gods by trying to say I know exactly what's going to happen and exactly how the burns are going to go, because obviously things change in flight. But yeah, generally our planned launch. For a planned launch on April 1st, we come down on April 10th. So if you just do basic math, that's maybe not a whole 10 days, but I'm going to round up.
Okay, our next question is from Christopher Mick with Hudson Star Observer.
Thank you so much for taking my question and for you all for your time today. I just had a couple follow-ups, I think, that were mentioned at the briefing yesterday. I think Dr. Glaze mentioned about some outstanding medical equipment that needed to be secured at the different kind of abort locations, and that was ongoing. And then just maybe with Charlie Blackwell Thompson, maybe to follow up on just if there's been any update on some of the comms issues that were happening before. Are those kind of ironed out and working well?
Were you guys able to get that?
Yeah, so actually this is a wonderful, this is why it's great to be in America, because we're literally during this presser like, sorry, your question got walked on because there's another launch going on right now. We all looked at each other like, I don't think there's earthquakes in Florida. It's definitely a launch. So anyway, we have to wait for the boom too, but I don't know if that's coming down. The boom will be quick though. Can you repeat your question online? I think we're clear now.
Okay, yes. I was just asking, kind of following up from yesterday, I think Dr. Glaze mentioned some of the medical equipment that still needed to be secured at some of the abort locations, was just checking on the status on that. And then maybe for Charlie Blackwell Thompson, we just wanted to see if there's any update on the comms issues, since you have people on the countdown now, if that's been ironed out and working well.
Okay, I'll take the first one. Yeah, one of the actions we took from FRR, I think this is what you're referring to. There's also some late stow medical kits because we want to make sure we maximize the efficacy of those. I think that's maybe in the last 4 bags, but typically we add those things late. We also did want to make sure that our transatlantic abort regions had the right equipment just in case we had to divert and during one of those longer abort scenarios, and so we did. JD Polk and our health and medical team has been in active negotiations with a lot of our partners across the other side of the Atlantic to make sure that those facilities are ready. That was an action coming out of FR, and that was closed today. We're holding open maybe a signature or two, but separately we have made contact with all those facilities. Understand their capability and procedures, and they're ready to support us. So you want to take the other one?
Yeah, I'll take the one on the comm. So we've done a number of things relative to the comm system to make sure that we're in the best configuration that we can be in. We actually did a big comm test before rollout, and it worked very well. We didn't have any issues. As part of that, we did a system load, had the firing room full of folks just to make sure that it wasn't related to how much load you had on the system. We've also added some rigor into the network that we have and the ability, in the event that we have an issue, that we can go isolate that node of the network. And so that was a change that we put in place, and we tested that out. And so when it comes to the communications issues, each and every one of the items that we have found that have contributed to comm challenges, all of those have been addressed. And so based on what we know today, we expect to have nominal comm throughout the countdown. Certainly, you can have hardware that breaks, and so if something else or something new were to happen, we will do what we always do, and we'll assess it and we'll address it in real time. And then also during wet dress, we did utilize a contingency procedure that we have for utilization of radios within the Launch Control Center for certain types of operations until you could get comm fully functional again. So I think we're in a good spot relative to comm, but there has been significant work on it over the last several weeks.
Okay, we'll take some more questions here in the room. Let's head to the back on this side. Jackie?
Hi, thanks for doing this. A quick question for Mr. Honeycutt. I just wanted to know were there any details you could share from the meeting today about specifically what items you were discussing? And then I know you mentioned in a previous news conference that not all decisions have to be unanimous and you have the final call. I was just curious if you've run into any instances yet where things haven't been unanimous.
Well, the only ones that I can recall that were not unanimous was when we were working, when Charlie brought some MMT things to us during the sim. They were only sim related, but none of the other stuff, it's been pretty smooth. What was the first question?
What closeout items you discussed today during the meeting?
They were pretty easy. Amit mentioned one of them relative to getting a signature on a piece of paper, so we're carrying that open. We got some work going on with one of our remote satellites to get the mechanism that tilts the satellite repaired and getting it back up and running. That work was ongoing while we were in the meeting, so we'll get notified later on. I'm pretty sure that got worked out. We talked a little bit about a gas analyzer that's on the Orion capsule got satisfied with minor challenges that we had with that. So those kinds of things. But it wasn't anything big. No showstoppers. Nothing that gave us pause for concern and said, hey, we got to come back tomorrow and do L-1.
Okay, let's take a question from this side, right here on the second row.
Hi, Philip Sloss. I think this is for Charlie. Previously, you talked about a part 2 of the countdown demonstration test. Were you able to do that with the crew out at the pad?
So part 2 of the countdown demonstration test was intended to be a walk down of the emergency egress system and just a refresher. We are doing a refresher with them this evening, actually, in a briefing format, and they have been back out at the pad and have had an opportunity to take a look at it. But in terms of calling it a CDT part 2, we did not do the CDT part 2 procedure, but we certainly will be covering the material with the crew tonight just to make sure that it's exactly as they remembered it and they have had an opportunity to be out at the pad.
Okay, let's come up to the front up here.
Thank you very much. Tarek Malik with Space.com. I think for Charlie, it sounds from what you're saying that everything seems to be going extremely smoothly. I'm curious, are there any open items with the vehicle at all right now? And if not, like, what are the key, I guess, checks between now and tomorrow, that you're looking for to make sure that all the boxes are checked, the I's are dotted, et cetera, for that?
It's a great question. This pad flow has gone extremely smooth, and we have been on plan or ahead of schedule the whole entire time. And so we essentially were able to pull in our launch countdown preps by an entire day. And it worked out great because we finished up most of our work on Saturday. We were carrying one weather day. This was intended to be a 12-day pad flow, one weather day. And we when we finished the work up by Saturday and we're sitting on this weather day, it happened to be on the day where we expected bad weather, so it gave most of the team, or a good part of the team, an opportunity to take a breath, get ready for launch countdown. So that has all gone very well. In terms of constraints, I've been in this business a long time, as many of you know, and I've been through a lot of launch countdown pre-test briefings. And we had our launch countdown pre-test briefing on Saturday. It went a full 3+ hours, very thorough review. And out of that, we were tracking exactly one constraint, one. It was on the LH2 flare stack on the pilot light. And we have 3 of them. We need one to light the flare stack, but we wanted to have full redundancy going into this countdown, even for something as small as the flare stack. And so I'm happy to report at this time that we were able to find the issue with that and correct it, and we are 3 of 3, and that paper is closing. And the last call to the firing room before I came to this briefing, the most significant issue that was being worked at the time was they had a couple of monitors in the spare console that we don't use very often, but when they powered everything up and they were going through all of the checks, they found that they had 2 monitors that needed to be replaced. So, those are welcomed issues. If that's what we're talking about, over the next few days, I'd